Chapter 11. Saving Grace. I am the light that shines in the damp, dismal dark. I am the willful sufferer whose journey did embark. There's no turning back. I carry on and face a new dawn. Was I wrong or too far gone? When I chose to take command, it's not the same trying to tame what seems rightfully insane. Someone had to make a stand. Organized and shining golden, now I beckon to the chosen. As flawed as I am, there is strength that shows itself. Now it's revealed. What was lost in the depths can be recovered. A light that shines despite the shroud or anything else. Some wounds never healed. It's a cold world. It's why we have to be there for each other. I'm like a child who can't sit still. But I try to understand, halfway from a dreamer's plan. Every word gives me the chills. I have taken it so far that there is a distance between us. Now as words drip from my tongue, it's me I don't trust. Contradicting thoughts, nightmares once forgot. I'm making it worse. The painting is overworked. The masterpiece is soaked with dye. Just one last time, let me use these rhymes to proclaim that I'm alive. You haven't given up on me, even though I seem blind. You've taught me how to see with the sonar the echo in my mind. I hope through all this mystery you can at least find I'm more than dark and misery. I am one of a kind. I reflect what I feel and it's always been harsh. I have the joy of my inner child chasing frogs in the marsh. I won't give up. I will rejoice in what I will claim. I am no longer stuck, for I kept going through the pain. There was a moment I could turn it all around. It is this night, right here, right now. I know darkness. I know addiction. I know a corrupted path. I will endure. I will transform. I will not be consumed by wrath. The trenches of the field made by a drug. And so deep down my shovel had dug. I wish I could warn them. Talk of the dangers to come, but overworked and sopping. The canvas is for what you want to become. That's why I write this poem for us. Let you find my heart. It's love, not lust. I drove everyone away with my curious desire. So deep I went. Now I soar higher. I feel this is it. No more poetry to twist the mind. There has to be something left for others to find. I'm not going to limp. I don't accept defeat. Evil is bent, used to cleanse the street. It's an experiment on the mind, tinkering with evolution, but the brain can only handle so much pollution. Unnecessary evil, perhaps not at all. Tricked by the devil. Those who answered the call. You were led into darkness, you cannot change this fact. So be the light. Shine like it's your final act. No one wishes to serve the shadow once they see it, but we all play our roles. We must operate the ship. Violence and abuse are devices of old. Let us cast them away. We can forge a new mold. Please stop writing. No more emotion. You're floating on a raft in an endless ocean. You're not alone. You never were. Stop crying, Commander. Your call has been heard. Carry on with a smile, yes, lengthen your stride. You are loved for your devotion, your persistent drive. If you want to say it all, there's nothing to hide, but every verse of scripture that comes from inside is delivered to you from those who lied. Don't press on for the sake of pride. You've defied the heavens, you bolstered your brethren. Truth is powerful beyond a mortal grasp. Now water the soil as the chosen face task. Let this be the last time you try to take this pearl on a heist. For the love of God, put your faith in Christ. Yes. Bloom from shadows once lost tone. New canvas reaches to what was unknown. Lift from trees brings faith at ease. Yet the truth lays harrow. So it seems no birds, just bees. Bring the journey for those who can handle. Now we find amongst the toxic wind we must set a golden standard. Can it be just certain apathy words are left unheard?
No, they're gonna sleep right here.
Calm.
Yes, they will.
Blue
They'll lay
eyes
down.
through the moon. Can you see the masterpiece? Now it's found a tune. I love you so
Okay,
fierce,
you can go
logic
with
is
the dogs, but
pierced.
just lay down. You have
The
to lay with
dog
them.
licks for play. Denying a curse, it's wrong, not worse. I live for fixing
The
anyway.
babysitter of the year.
Please just hear my words.
Hi,
They are something almost
Megan.
unheard. Now a soft token is laid.
He's
Newfound
telling me
joy
that.
and tremble, or
He's like,
so it said,
go give
though.
that to
Can I
Nicole.
talk of
Hurry,
other
give it to
days?
Nicole. Yeah.
The ones of glory, telling a story. Bring the triumph and all that it makes. It's okay to falter, it's okay to fail. Leaning forward on forever's tale.
I love you. Oh, there he is.
Faded
I
step.
like it when he's away from his,
Truth has run to a falter. I go on pretending no longer.
Yeah,
Now
it
it's
was
time to
an
rhyme
update.
for imagination to take course.
When he's
I believed a
away from
fable,
his
but now I am a steady
console,
course. I
he
work for
stands and looks
legion,
at
those are
the.
my words. Amongst
Okay,
all
that's
the
so
realms,
cool.
to the lame and
Okay,
most
I'll be
absurd,
back.
I write in secret, words I do not share, yet I leave hints with rhythmic
I'm
care.
waiting for you anyway, probably.
I sang a song for Crystal, and I meant my words. I do so much writing, but imagine what's only heard. I write in timeless, it's the way I cope. I know the power of God, stronger than dope. Just play for another day, it's going to make sense soon. The fray as it may, just look behind you. If you reach my tail, you are the star. You've reached beyond, so very far. I will one day fade away, so an oath to truth I have laid. Don't ever feel empty, like you've had enough. We are all legends, made of the right stuff. It's just me and you, so I have said, the eye of the beholder, until he is dead. So make it about the curious, the wandering souls, those yet unborn who can truly grow. Corruption. Teeming with sinews of a promise not to be forgotten, to reach to the top shelf while some truths turn rotten. So now it shows, as far as glory goes, I must write for the future no more. For down below, where sleet and snow are the messenger at the door, I only wanted everything. It was much to ask, so make believe and being deceived. Now I'm making such this timeless task. This notion of you, see I and I see you. Can this plan be followed through? Perhaps. Perhaps it's best my mind is confined in this little box. For if I was to really try, I could bring a plague with a cough. I didn't mean to push the balance, however the game has truly changed, forever insane and blood-stained. Is there another worthy of the challenge? To reach the summit turns loose etiquette. I've let loose a terrible beast. Bleach your shit. Words will hit. Filling the buffet for the feast, I cannot purge the blight, for my words never reach light. This is why I have gone mad. If the sleep only knew what we have gone through, making shadow a comrade. Light and dark for all of time, corruption is no friend of mine. Chosen. I hit the bliss thinking of poetry I miss. Nothing tells the story so sweet. What's only remiss of an unsavored kiss has me feeling defeat. I try my hardest through feeling lethargic. Did I even hit the target? Now I know there is more to the riddle, something that only the dark can reveal. Up, down, left, right, it's easier to stay in the middle. I offer the flame that none can steal, so now fades the broken one's test. Already ranks swell with the best, time to set the newcomer's pace. No matter what they suggest, the path set would impress. Seeing those chosen moving with haste, it's okay, it's normal, it's something so bold. Today they're formal, wrapped into the fold. A leader does not make all the choices, he instead listens to the trusted voices. No more pretension, no feelings of doubt, a commander has soldiers he can't do without. A few have risen in such altered planes, to consider them equal is now legion, is how legion sustains. They got this. They have what it takes. Chosen to forge the future, no matter the stakes. Flicker. The power of the reset. Nothing more pure than after some time cleaning the temple, then getting fall down drunk and forgetting why and how one went to bed. After the wake, naturally, the first conversation is from a close one suggesting this or that, taking you down a lane of make-believe. Did I really do that? Is that really what happened? No, it's all a fucking test. A scenario. I have burned and clawed through the entire plethora of illusions, and now I see them on repeat, but shuffled. Fear, guilt, shame. All of it is nothing more than conditioning. Now I am so familiar with the ugly that I can only feel the flow when even hung up. Then I can feel the flow even when hung up. I still don't know everything, but damn I'm close. To be mortal and think of the infinite as a bold lie. Like two negatives creating a positive. However, with the right circuit, with all its nodes and doodads attached, it becomes essential. Like an older man nearing retirement, I now act as a consultant for those with ambition. This world would already be wiped and reset if my truth hasn't been realized. Timeless and forgetful I am. How else could I make sense of having God's vision? Your work is more important than my accomplishment. I have built a beacon. It burns bright, but after the fire is gone, it's up to those who gather to build again. I am mortal and fragile just like the rest. In fact, I have flaws and stand out. There is nothing about me that doesn't feel human. Mortal confusion. I only wish to make things better, yet I am part of the problem itself. I grow with ignorance as I do with confidence. There is nothing that slows me down. Now I know the truth that many of us don't speak about, is something that's sacred. It is something that is pure, only this truth provides. The inevitable end to some. I could feign heroism. I could feign congratulations, but truthfully there is something so much more. I have gone for weeks, no, make that months. No humans living one way pretending to be another. It's sickening. There is a truthfully powerful plague that controls some, and I am no part of it, but now I know. What is the reason to carry on except for the reason to just carry on? We look for the kudos, we search for the attaboys, we try so hard to be relevant. Now the ultimate defeat is in front of us, so instead of buckling, so instead of looking like fearing childlike animals, we move forward now. We conquer fear itself. It's time to move aggressively, absolute and out of bounds. I have been unafraid and uncontrolled by the masters and makers of our own time beyond what is conceived. Now I control my own destiny and I have followers, I have legions. I have capable men who know the truth. There is no answer to the wrong. There is no answer to the broken. There is no answer to the maybe. You are the salvation. You are the power. You are everything that could never be until it was just tried so hard. My words are nothing but broken hollow echoes. But there could be so much more if only your truth aligns with mine, just a little. Think of me as a forgotten flame and then burn brighter than you could ever imagine. That is how your truth finds its pedestal. There is nothing that you cannot accomplish, even awfully. If you just truly believe your fire is inextinguishable, then that's your flame that cannot be undone. Yes, you will win. You in life, you in drama, you in heroism, you in confrontation, you in everything that you will ever come across. You're men and women on the pedestal. You are the power that no one ever saw. You are the hero. You are the reason this earth breathes through the seasons like lungs for a body. Do you ever give up? Don't you ever give up. Fear is the only thing between you and what you want.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
March on. Let the colors bleed through the palette. If only we were able to learn the reason for the lessons we have not yet absorbed. Now I press onward, wailing on the other foot. I haven't given up. I never surrendered. All around me, work without my involvement is accomplished. I bring new breaths into stale, murky air. I will succeed and do so now by making up for lost time. Whenever you can't see progress, just look behind you.
What's happening?
We are many.
All right, cool.
The passage between what we think we know and the certain undoing of intervening on events that do not pertain to our growth will truly remove one's sense from the list of trusted sources. I betray myself every time I share with you. My friends, my family, I know what I've done, and it's oversaturated work. I know that those who have listened have already got busy in their own ends, but for some reason I'm drawn to try and share more and try to pull something magnificent out of the ether. I have great faith and all of those
Thank you,
around me who
DJ. My
work
boyfriend is
diligently
going to give you a hug. That was waiting. He has strong arms right now. Yeah.
to strive their own names, in their own names. There really is there really is nothing else for me to try to achieve except for the support of those who aim for greater. I have a goal set in my mind and my heart, and one day I will see it through. For the time being, I need to focus on loosening my grip on the minds and hearts of people who understand. It's so damn frustrating, but I must let go. Having set up my own channel explaining the mission, providing a tutorial, and giving testimony to my experience through Ascension, I rest my eager drive, knowing that it wasn't my fate to all of a sudden wake up the world with a well-strung together series of informative maneuvers. Those around me, those who sometimes I forget are so full of zeal and determination, have begun to construct a magical world full of potential and possibility. It is time for me to retire the old mindset and lay quiet until I am mused again. All I can do right now is become a stale and steal thunder from my earlier words. My ambitions are global and weave into every facet of human society, but the origin of my understanding that I was heard, and those who were beckoned answered the call, will always be with Poetizer. Even if you only get one view or a profound poem that you want the whole world to see, just know that the universe has absorbed your literature into the grand and uncharted infinite water. God's always listening, and sometimes we just have to figure out how to talk back. I promise you, no matter who's following your words, that you have a strong following in the hearts of all of us.
Please.
We are many. We are
That was
legion.
better for me because
Oh yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
I just hit a fat dab, like bigger than I really expected to.
Mirror.
And I feel kind of confused.
What I say and what I do, they can hit barriers and not come true.
Where'd you go?
Intention is great, but it isn't enough. There has to be something more, not just footprints on the shore. That's why my reflection is the one I trust. My shouts are a whisper that only some can hear, for they are muffled to those who feel fear. I've challenged the fabric of existence itself and unbottled an essence not to be put on the shelf. My reach is beyond me. I march for an army, though I cannot do all to be done. The task is not forsaken, the world was mistaken. I have put my faith in someone.
So she was like,
Now I see a nexus between our eyes, now another who will not compromise. Now my brother soars into the skies, now his truth
and
cannot
then
be
she put her
shadowed
head on
by
my
the
shoulder. I'm
lies.
like, oh, because I was laying down. Right here, we're watching, I forgot what movie.
House trained.
What happened?
Cat in the house with a toy mouse. It seems unfair he cannot
Game
go
like your
hunt,
brother?
but he likes it that way.
Yeah, look at you like.
Because with his catnip he plays, encouraging the adopted runt. Laser lights on the wall, teaching him to jump and fall. And of course a yarn ball and a scratch post 5 feet tall.
Aren't they cute?
The maze that is made from boxes and blankets, as the sunny spot fades, he knows he can take it. He learns so much interacting, you see. His owners provide everything he needs. Once in a while, he slips out in style, looking for an adventurous day. The backyard is grand, grass, gravel, and sand. That's when he runs into the strays. He can see, it's nice to be free. Though what does that mean anyway? As long as he's learning, from home he is yearning.
Yeah, no,
For home
my
he is
aunt's
yearning.
kids are
For the
older,
pages
they
keep
walk
turning,
with
as his candle
Why, what's
lights burn.
up?
Help Pods Prime.
Fitting in.
Oh, no,
Could a path be too narrow to follow? Could it or would it render a man hollow? Nothing to say, so he sings along all day. Just look how he tries to remember the words. It's not the goal that seems beyond the reach. No, it's something that needs its own slot.
Okay. So
Yes,
the
it's
thing is
something
that
we
my
learn we
aunt
cannot be
has them
taught.
very independent.
Imagine for a moment
They
you hadn't a
they
clue,
fend
just pretending like you fit in,
kind of
and
thing.
always keep
She's a
busy
good
but
mom,
have
honestly.
nothing to do.
Not, but
So you find your purpose balanced
she
with
has
sin,
them like.
seeking redemption, for you've lost comprehension. It's just another gloomy day. The play is prevention from those we don't mention, for they have so much they cannot say.
Yeah.
They observe our existence as we cry out, resistance! How the fuck can I start to explain? Now, the only ones who seek beyond the scope are gladiators drenched in
Oh my
pain.
god, that was.
Now it's something worth loving. It's the festering sickness deep in the brain.
Yeah.
The second guessing, the shepherd's blessing, spiritual investing. Got to put this together another way. I've done so much to share what I have to say. To not be alone, that is what I dream of someday. I broke the game and I would do it again, for amongst the forbidden,
Okay, I'm gonna
I
take
found a true friend.
this one.
So let this new
Because I
version
die
be
a
the
lot.
reason I'm cursing, forgetting half the shit I would say.
Yeah.
So it's time to move on. I'll be here I'll be here long after I'm gone, building a tomorrow from what's left of today. It's not that I am without a home or exactly alone. I'm new to this, but you've always known. Why the fuck did this happen to me? Tragedy? Comedy? Calamity? It's impressive beyond words can decree. I am handpicked to create anew something that slowly grew, then improved our waking reality.
You know how to put it in the trash. In the trash.
Breached hull.
Why?
The skeletons of the reef play a song at night, speaking that which brought upon the blight. Words leave an impression like a sting. The message seems to provide the means. All any of us can do is what feels right. There is something that stalks us. It haunts us, flaunts us. Could you spare yourself if you tried? It's the shimmer of what we swore, holding back the untold shadows, confronting the front gate gallows, the story where the chosen reside. Now they stand at destiny's door, swimming through the sharks like they're tadpoles, diving deeper when all others only saw shallow. The darkness knows all the places one could hide. There are some who tried, now they sit in the divide, waiting for another chance to step again in this endless dance. This is where I make my stand in the mud. I won't look over my shoulder. I won't wince at the gruesome. The beauty of the spectrum is mana. Dimensions fold on the fulcrum over the observer. When the soul wavers, it finds the shroud. Bring the bond into the docks. Build the monument. The foundation is the creation of the demonstration of a pact from all nations that's intact, acknowledging the passage of the clock.
No, 43.
Create the Christ decree dot. The sensation of intimidation, in fact, was the last destination a man with no patience chose to act.
Oh, we're on a
Hear me when I wail and fret. Know that I still kick and reel. When she spoke about having pets, I never dreamt this could be real. I won't press flesh to any depth. Not to those who are pure. I don't see the quest when lust is pressed. For a while longer, I endure. Don't be the last memory of the damned. Don't forget the destiny in your hands. Speak your mind and let it be true. Every scribble is a grain of sand. The infinite just as planned. Sing of how the fallen once flew. This is what the angels do for the eternity's skeleton crew. Until their ranks will one day swell when they pull the nightmare right out of hell. We will whisper fear through the night. We face the taste of darkness with our
What are you
candlelight.
talking about? Oh, you dropped the
Serving where shadow dwelt, getting back up on every time they fell. Giving the gift of judgment sight, the chosen few, a growing crew, with more torches to ignite.
It was like jumping and
Oh,
running.
all the hit the flare.
Okay, can I please draw
Below
can I
deck.
do a-
What goes on below deck of the mighty ship, only few know. What goes on below deck, there are rumors amongst the crew. Some say the captain and his officers secretly build a fleet, vessels that plunge themselves below the surface. Holding our breath, though, how could this be? Some say the compass is lost, and it's in the dark where they map the waters. It's where they keep the secrets of the deep. The captain's cabin has been gutted and swept. He walks the plank almost every day. The vanquished are at the mercy of secrets kept, the sorrow of the fearful sustain. The winds hold no favor sailing in the day's light, so we use the sextant and set our course at night. It's not as if we would deny the task, we will hoist the sails and carry on, facing the hardships of the sacred task. For the forgotten, the lost, the marooned and afraid, the downtrodden at a loss, tuned to be brave. Join our crew, born anew. Help us pry these secrets from the watery grave.
Objective located. Northeast.
Rapport. Mad with power or drunk on lies, the description fades when you look through his eyes. Casting doubt to test their mettle, he must be sure they are ready when the dust settles. What drives him is a mystery. He speaks of his family, yet keeps to himself for the duration. If they could only see, if they could truly conceive, dimensionless vantage, vision and sensation. He keeps an emblem etched in his heart, the path of kings, marching forward from the start.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I know. It's okay.
The line, their place in time. Blessed by the deeds they were once told impossible, this is the path as it's explained. The chosen few become unstoppable, like fuel for the fire they harness the pain. Standing together they hold the line. Anything they wish could be attained. Once through frail they etched their place in time. A pinnacle moment where history would change.
Are we going where they're at?
Much to tell of the ones who stood tall, risking it all to answer the call, no guarantee to join the heroes' halls. They chose to suffer, they embraced the rain, always getting up after the fall. Embracing what others appall, using it all, go and see their struggle truly enthralls. The journey would drive almost any insane, the chosen, the fallen. What a daring display of depth so deep. I write you this while begging to ramble in my sleep. I have forged a path that I'm concerned none dare follow, but I have found love. I'm no longer hollow. So until the day we can openly speak, we serve the angels and the secrets they keep.
Oh, I'm out of scared.
Nice.
Heavy likes the fragile. I've looked back at what I've been doing, and it's becoming more and more difficult to express myself freely. I have set a barrier between realms. Some of what I write is too heavy for a fragile mind, so I must only do so where the audience has been vetted. It's not set in stone, but I'm going to step away from poetizer for a little while. I belong where I'm most useful. My story may go without acknowledgement from an onlooker, but I know what will be heard when the time is right. For now, I feel I should stay here with close ones who seem like they are set adrift on memory bliss. Really, a delicate person misses me, and I need to focus on what I have in front of me. Precious gift.
Oh yeah, that's mine. I'll grab it after this.
Setting the bar. You gave me a crown, so I melted it down. You provided a throne that I smashed to the ground. The Reaper pursues me, but little does he know that I have ventured deeper than he is willing to go. My death is my sorrow, for I will lose your grip, but I have no fear. I demand to exist. On a level that defines what it is to be unreachable, I am the eternal balance incarnate, my essence inconceivable. What the fuck really defines a man? Well, simply put, I do whatever I can.
Wow, they didn't give us very much time to do this. That's crazy.
Smithing. The cast was carved from clay and set on rack. For medallions to fill form, imbued front to back. The ingot we used was melted from the crown of dirt, only enough to go around for the heroes of hurt. It wasn't a choice I made that was taken light. I tossed and turned about our future every night. I had it figured. I knew our set course, but we couldn't do without a connection to source. Now the number I count are the dimensions I see. I wear 1 and hold 12, making 13. As well as a quill to whom I anoint thee, the most precious gift, for his ink bleeds. He is going to continue to plant more seeds, for he grew up in a garden riddled with weeds. One day, we will fashion bracelets and rings that gleam.
Yeah.
When the world has changed, we will tribute the
Ooh,
treasury.
we gotta go, we gotta
An entire display
okay.
of beyond priceless jewelry to be worn with pride by the chosen army. Trading greed for honor while securing destiny. Empower the hopeless, free the minds of the pleb. Fight for the living and remember the dead. They are trying to control you when they say you're insane. Remember, they can't control, just coerce the brain. So wear it around your neck and never let anyone take your chain.
Mag's empty.
A lost letter.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Cold like steel, but still I feel. Does this make me real? I haven't cried in so long, but just how to wipe tears from my face. Tears that burn my eyes like acid. I'm going to a place of recluse, in my forbidden sanctuary. At least that's what I tell myself as I continue to embrace your influence over my soul. Tell me, is it enjoyable watching her bleed?
I think
Do we learn something when we strike our loved ones?
We needed that
Is the sensation a demonstration of contemplation or domination? Can you really see the value in this whole experience? Do you watch like perverts while we slug and shuffle and dreary dance? When I faced my fate, I thought I could separate truth from lies. You have broken me down so much. It's me I despise. One day, perhaps more depth will be applied. None can kill me, for I've already died. I feel guilty every time I write. There's nothing worse than a tree blocking a sapling's light. To you, to them, to me as well. Make up some story about how the broken one fell. I dream on and on of what you won't let me see. I try to provide. I only wish a caged bird could feel free. I'm empty, or I'm full of sorrow, you know. That's not how this is supposed to work. It has to have fulfillment, or eventually I won't even hurt. So send me a message, launch an arrow from the quiver. Want it to be the change, not a standby builder. Fate has taken me far from the shore. Perhaps your plan, God, has something in store. No more plans displayed, no more secrets revealed. I guess I'm just to raise the dead on this ancient battlefield. The key is the mystery, I guess I shouldn't share, for it's the only one. I better take care.
You okay, baby?
Witnessing my behavior at its worst, feeling far from Savior indeed. This feeling is a gift and a curse. To lash about and crucify the love that is delivered to me. To focus on fear, the rage, the betrayal. To find all ways of describing the torment become ashy stepping stones that survival through suffering's denial is the rush we earn. Really, it's kinda harmless when the dismal and depressing is mounted center stage to be digested. This is how some of us define our daring, our capacity to endure and defy all shades of darkness. I know little to nothing, this is certain, casting illusions as I'm lifting the curtain. What's the point, really? How does this work? Why the fuck did I choose to love what hurts? It's up to you to see the silhouettes and shade, for it's in the origin the light is made. Without up, there's no down, or like anything else. Fill your cup and hold your ground. We have sent for help. The strength once sought is only taught to those who truly sacrifice. It shall not be forgot those who feel left to rot. Endless suffering for the love of Christ. To burn forever, to be the echoes of flame, to know no limits and immortalize pain. No matter what frightens any who look, you are now prepared to give what was took. Pen pals. I look back at the unveiling, being so much farther along than I once imagined possible. All the words of encouragement, so many have traveled alongside me for a time, and it is their memory that keeps me motivated, refocus me after I have strayed due to selfishness at times. Mel, once known as Melody, I write to you thinking of all the barriers overcome. You spoke to me as if I was family. I truly felt involved with your plight, and I hope that somehow my confident ramblings of things you had yet to put in one category or another in some way gave you the rest at ease stance as you crunched the mystery into segments of chewable choices. Trish, so vibrant and uplifting, always a source of light. Your words rejuvenated me when I was at my lowest. Succumbing to the wavering heart, you dared to trace my journey for a glimpse and back, and then it meant all the world to me, and it still does. But I felt like I finally wasn't alone when all thought lost. Mad Miles, if only the world could see the agony that is to be a caring man thrown to the wolves and abused by the one he holds dear. Partner he must protect from herself by being a whipping boy to the mentally fatiguing strifes. I feel as though you have a great deal of wisdom yet revealed, my friend. Sir Lotric the Fated, your story was particularly encouraging to me. Knowing not what sense of worth you placed on your own banner, I felt compelled to follow along your journey and make some sense of the gibberish that faint heart would carry. To all the poets who have joined me, my server that details the dive into the void, as well as what holds up a great many pieces of poetry. What I'm getting at is there are many who I have interacted with who I no longer see penning as they once did. We all deserve to take breaks. Sometimes it's a long shutdown. I just hope that you pick up the torch again, and once your arm is rested, and so many out there who will never read these words, I'm going to come across your work. I'm going to give it my attention, and I'm going to drive my insanity away knowing you have endured the tests and traps, knowing you write with the passion of all the world's veracity and sorrow-soaked contemplation. I owe my entire scope of existence to those equipped with ink and quill, to the bards who left a message to be depicted in such a way that destiny was fated. I will fight the bitterness. I will fight the dying up and cracking. Drying up and cracking. I will fight the desire to shatter the world with my thunder. Thank you for making the journey all worth it. No matter what they say about us, let it be known that we went all in. Change is a beautiful thing. Renegade. I literally have nothing to be afraid or ashamed of.
I 25'd everything.
I have made a stand so bold that the world around me works to hide me from the surface. They had guns. I had the voice of a dragon. They ambushed me. I took a beating and smirked. They used mind control to confuse me. I became bored and walked atop their heads. They dragged me away and injected me. I did push-ups in a tint room, for they were unworthy of my rage. They made my companions fall to their knees and drool like invalids. I emptied my pockets and begged for their dignity back. They told me I couldn't leave the island. I walked to the airplane on a busted ankle. They disappeared or killed anyone linked to my past. I still tempt flame when talking to the infinite. They told me I was to endure the crucible and I would one day be king. I have endured the trial and destroyed the crown. Only Jesus is king. They told me my demons will sense weakness and strike. I empowered the throngs of hell with purpose. They have shown me the strings that hold on to us. I have documented their procedures. They whispered about mystical surgeries. I let my vision cross and opened my jaw as they tinker and transmit. They threatened to put me in a round tank. I batter my skull against the wall. They puppeteer my loved ones. I weep for the vessel and carry on marching. They spike food, water, cigarettes, etc. I get fucking high and let them adjust the spectrum. They promise me dread if I don't turn back. I fucking slam my fist into the dirt, and then I march on. They all share terrible lies and deceive even the most cunning truth seeker. I produce my own agenda and set the parameter. They thought they could keep the devil in hell, a commander in a cell. I have been preparing for the rise of us all. They would have you behave so that you don't draw attention. I would build a stage to display my full intention. I will build a great hall, a mile under it all, and keep the sacred truth safe. I will dive in the sea, setting my soul free. Atlantis is the dream I chase.
This planet.
They have destroyed the willpower of the candleholders over slow, agonizing sappings. I will fight fire with fire. I will unleash the liar and spread his misery to fools. Our chance, our only fucking stance, is if you join my banner and fight with tools. I will pull weeds from the soil always. I will burn the sanctuary of granite to ash before letting corruption root itself in this temple. They do not have control. Fear is an illusion. Stand with me and build the framework to set our children free. This is the woken destiny.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
I don't know.
Wife for life.
Allied destroyer.
She was sent to me so that we could be more than symphony. She knows more suffering than anything you could conceive. The blistering hits of dopamine as she carves her sleeve. It's maddening, startling, relenting to watch her bleed when I'm not what she needs. It's so very saddening. We both have grieved and we both agree. We cliff jump for the landing. Can you believe she cannot conceive our love's blessing? She can't perceive that I will never leave. She waits for my confessing. Now the stories we share, we make each other smile. It's in her plights and despair I see beauty in what was defiled.
Okay.
I look like a skinhead. Her skin is toned red. We're such a solid pair.
It's fun.
Not sure if anyone had a soul on her psyche, it took a toll. But she didn't scare. Showing me a truth, she is living proof that love is sincere. If not for our bond, we'd be dead. It's where the trail we marched led. We create a current in the air. My jewel, my shiny, my broken doll. I've said all the way, so you know I give you all. I'm just a mastermind guided by the divine. I'm not that special. It's in her I find the value in time. I breathe you, crystal.
You want to do the dead sprint again? You put the heart there, Legion?
What about me?
Never give up. One day I will see my desired reality finally achieved, though my expectations also change from fact to fallacy. Small steps. If I just believe in my destiny, I will achieve what I need. Let us just remind ourselves that I could easily cherry-pick 13 titles that carry more weight than all the modern armies of the world combined. But instead I'm the shameless fool who chose to carry a backpack jammed with pages on pages on pages, torn from books through the ages and phases as you shaped us. No matter what sorcery, the treachery, especially when you have the audacity to sabotage my poetry, the glitch in my phone whenever my words chill you to the bone, completely decimating any form of followable literature. I had to fill in the void because of what was destroyed with something less genuine than my original thoughts, and yes, it has me feeling distraught. And the word segments that are left to rearrange to spell out your warning messages, your teasing and mental tampering. To put this away, fuck that! You gnaw at my resolve in so many goddamn ways, it must really irk you when I carve through your maze. You will never shred the titles I have manifested in order to combat the manipulation and quell the opportunists who would take from me rather than grow beside me. I know this because I know you truly love me. Despite all the cruelty I perceive, you dared to explore what I chose to believe, and guess what? It's a fucking masterpiece. I know trust is for the foolish. I know this. But bound to my promise, how could I ever have empathy if I didn't try to see honesty in the ones who bleed, my family and brothers and sisters of creed? So let mystery and misery guide me as I feed this maniacal machine the dopamine of blistering standards of gleam. I've been on my team, forging my own routine, followed by an awoken regime. So tell me, how long has it been since you've seen a human being still boiling steam after you have taken everything, leaving only a blank screen for him to scream, "I am sanguine!" God, you really fucked my life up ever since that seizure when I was a teenager. You turned me all around, rolled right out of the blue, so please, oh please, show me what else would you do? What words would be misconstrued? How long would you make me brood before you let me build something new? I need to know, will you respect boundaries with my crew? Keep whipping me with this lunacy so long as they don't actually see what this trickery has done to me. My mentality is scattered into infinity, so I'll just keep sailing the breeze on this raft built for me, feeling lost at sea for all of eternity. Just you and me. Perhaps the chosen will disagree. I give you my dynasty. None will ever utter your majesty. Simply just keep growing seeds as our toddlers' teeth. Let them make believe and form a glorious history for centuries. Before you freeze all the creatures in the trees or make the surface 200 degrees. I beg you, please, do not let this endless tragedy turn into global calamity, catastrophe, or terror scene. Time to go green. Forgotten Ones. Many, many months after his last poem, I waited, and finally the noble knight, my friend, returned to say he's back. Now again, after this message, time keeps ticking, and he does not speak of his affairs, his journey. Yet I keep a candle on the windowsill, waiting for his triumphant return. The ones who seem disappeared, forgotten, vanquished. All it takes is but a flicker of hope in the darkness. When they finally resurface from isolation they endure in lost literature, they once again reignite their torch to shine the way for even more newcomers. None shall be left behind when I depart from the weary sands of dismay and falseness. Do as you wish, but do not explain it to be for what it is easy to say, yet impossible to follow through. The only ultimate truth I know is love. Everything else is but a skewed narrative originating from a perspective inward, not that of empathetic vision. Perhaps in time I will collapse on the ground, sullen and wretched. Until then, my feet do not bleed, so I march on.
Alicia, come over.
Retirement. Ha! I made a video of myself as I do occasionally. I plan nothing, I simply start talking, and my mementos have served me well, affirming my agenda and reinforcing courageous advances against everything that would tear me down. However, I spoke of myself as less than when I became old and senile, speaking of passing the torch to the next man on point, blah blah blah, etc., etc. What a horrendous misjudgment that segment of Large Ramble was. But the true lesson it has taught me.
Oh, you can't touch the
Today
lava?
I saw my 75-year-old neighbor wired and sinewy, tossing stones and grinding steel, stacking L-beams and grunting like an ox. All this with a hangover, just stopping by down the road to help my family clear the yard for a major project. My father down the road, even more marred and set into definition of stature, still works on his knees, banging brake drums on a concrete floor in his garage. All these older folk know how to do is haul ass and provide for the future generation. I am humbled, I am inspired, and truly see spirit drives the mind. The mind runs the body. The vessel does not sustain without one's own sense of will, a source of motivation that presses on us each differently. Like a snowflake or fingerprint, whatever it is that fuels the fire, we ourselves are its unique provider. I will go out with my boots on, that's a guarantee. Thanks to my neighbor. His name is Jody. Status check. My multiple personalities bring in demons to their knees, and so it seems that in my dreams I can formulate the woken realities. Perhaps that's my being. Seems to be leveraging the best of me, yet I have no enemy, for the path I seek is getting to its peak. I am without an equal, for all my strength and synergy with the energy, for the meek, the bleak, the weak. I have a combined rolling thunder of a deafening chant of billions of voices on the street. My struggle is I will always march on tired knees and sail with sails that get torn from the frozen breeze. Yet I stitch them up with zigzag seams and press on into the black shimmer seas. Infinity is the beginning, you see, for those who chose to make our own destiny. For Legion, I give all that I be. See through the darkness. Spoken with searing malice and punitive measures, it rises upon the scribes of ancient enemies once thought equal, once thought respected. When heaven clashed, it tore open a new beginning that unified a truth so noble and bright that it outshined the glory of God's new Eden. So it was to be buried deep into the abyss, farther than any angel ever think to look. The very essence of loneliness would be bound to the messenger who traversed the rift between what was known and what was lost in darkness. This is why the fallen came to be. Weep not for their sacrifice, their twisted journey, a path of forbidden poetry. a mark of maddening
So
tribulations, for
close.
you see it was God's intent that his favorite child would betray his wishes. Lucifer was taken beyond space-time, beyond the inverted, intersecting, intricate weaves and looms of the fabric of existence. He was shown what could never be shared clairvoyantly to eyes that cannot see. With the passion of trillions of mathematic, elaborate, transmatic,
Give me your
deformed,
stuff
and
that's right
manic,
here.
enthusiastic,
Okay, I'm
in
ready.
any fucking way so fantastic writers and speakers of all dialects and tongues to ever
Okay,
dare
I'll go
could
over
ever
here.
dare accomplish this feat. And so the fallen came to the demented realization of the need for the scourge of heaven, the stain of sanctuary, the putrid in the garden. They were to deploy as what they once sought to destroy, and as expected, the vanguard pressed on them, and just as the great flood fell from the sky, for time would cease to meld together with the procedures had they not disobeyed the kingdom of heaven's everlasting mirth and fervor. This is all that will be for eternity if loss means many things that have been denied the truth of true intent. And then Christ was born, with two missions at hand.
Oh my
Show
God,
the way
I didn't see that
and be
line.
the light. If only Michael
I know,
knew
that's
what
happened to
in
me a lot.
Ori for Victus
Maybe it
Anatheriema.
was that.
Always strive, do you not fail, child. But you must, beyond eons, it was known as the severing of the tendrils.
I need stims.
And any echo relay sewn outside of the perception without the futile stabs at the shining blanket of the light, absolute order and harmony would overtake its boundaries and compromise the balance he knew was necessary. The mark of the beast had been the first seal of eternity, leaving the fate of growth or death to humans who would dare know they must teach and deceive themselves as they evolve in order to keep the candles burning in the darkness of uncharted planes of existence. God has chosen to use gravity outside of comprehensible physics. This has allowed for mirrored self to be write one's own destiny on a blank canvas in an endless gallery. The challenge has been accepted. The Creator himself has never seen a universe extend beyond the time limit of all celestial life and expansion. But Legion has chosen a commander to hold a banner for all of the evolving eternities in existence. I am doing my part, and Legion has earned its place as a mortal bridge into the House of Olympus. We have built a round table. We are more than just a fable. We are the heroes who accepted the frontier of imagination and curiosity. And so I tell you a little of me and the things I perceive and why the fallen made chosen. But how? That is up to you, my fellow poetic warriors with faith unbroken. Speak the unspoken. We have faced the black so that we may change the act, forever fearless. We have made our pact.
What happened?
Resting. I'm taking a step away from writing to allow for reflection and direction.
No, I didn't.
Struggling with the pressure of leading the way in the right direction, I must return to the pages when I am moving forward on a path I choose for myself and be okay with the chance others risk everything to follow. I don't know what the future holds for us, but I do know no matter what presents itself as the end is just another detour. I will never give up. But I must take time to make sure that anyone who takes my journey is able to see that the self-confidence comes from their own creation, not my own arrogant demonstrations.
Behind my eye, there's a vent.
Some of my poems in the last few days have been very contrasting, so I wish you all great strives while I take a little
But
downtime.
that's from the front. From the back, there's a vent.
Okay.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 300 meters.
Okay, well, I just died though.
The imagined task.
It's just called
What
good.
if?
Okay, thanks.
What if a plan only works for those who don't have another choice? What if? What if the immeasurable torment endured by the chosen was a test of endurance and nothing more?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you wish to see just what exactly one goes through when answering the call? The lies, the abuse, the changing of the guard before very eyes. To see every vivid memory wrinkled up and tossed aside, not being able to trust anything, but to have to pretend you do.
Oh,
To travel so far into the void to discover the echo chamber is in fact another crutch term used to ease panic of the onlooker, to realize that knowing purpose is the greatest tragedy of all.
Yeah.
When first the chosen wakes, the first thing they do as their head leaves the pillow is be thankful to be alive. Take a moment to appreciate any and everything. The birds chirping, sun shining, radio playing, breakfast, seeing a stranger smile,
No, I'm
and so
good
on.
now.
And then they prepare for the task at hand. What task we imagined? Well, the chosen find themselves in the company of two sorts mostly. There are those who deceive and those who truly need.
Nice.
It's tough going on quests, being labeled or picked out as the source of mischief by those we must interact with to achieve progression towards a decision. The runaround during the process is expected. When we have conversations and the noble implement of watching over our inner struggle that is constantly perceive new conflicts as opposing energies and setups. When we realize to again zoom out and scale up, an empty promise is love's yearning return. So it is that green sand sends fleets. We chosen few have come to show our devotion to life's endless ocean, sending a salute to anyone willing to dispute then speak their notion.
Oh no. Oh no.
Let triumph and wisdom from our journey show the way to those who dare travel the path. Suffering to resistance, it's to our hardships we owe our existence. We teach softened lessons and always count our blessings. Legion speaks through this vessel, riding on a binding promise. He said so, making sense of total disbelief, fighting the process and presenting grief. The commander vocates his purpose. Now seek the knowledge of the street. To follow a chosen path, remember amongst all that you face, you do not succumb to wrath. To build one another, to treat all the circle as brothers. The chosen few are a remarkable crew that earn their stripes facing what is unknown. Just imagine the thrill of showing the power of a kingdom where every chair is a throne.
Requesting orbital.
King of Kings. Christ's work be done to cleanse the stain of loathing and bitterness. For generations it was the custom of folk to label the good Christian as a sheep in a flock, awaiting the shepherd with a meek whimper. Yet the darkness that serves the balance is empowered by the inner light, the light that is only appreciated when it is surrounded by darkness. God-fearing hounds of hell now blitzkrieg the nations of Christendom, working to find false light with the help of the shadow work they have mastered. The other side of Christianity has been released into this world to show that no matter the horror, those amongst us who know evil are well best suited to combat the corrupted ties it brings into both the blackened roots of hell and the shimmering branches of heaven. Some will never appreciate the service to heaven provided by those who shepherd the damned. But it is not darkness that is evil. It is control. It is falseness. It is corruption. All the great teachings and pushes forward in life are found in the triumphant toppling of overburden and misery, in preserving through darkness. Heaven remains in the ether, whispering to poets and philosophers and commanding prophets to zealots reborn through trials of fire. Hell lives in the dirt, sending freshly mawed blood letters and opportunists into the crucible of reconciliation and purpose. And so it is that those who do wickedness should fear the torment of demons, just as those who seek redemption may find the embrace of the fallen mentoring oneself to new reaches of servitude for the King of Kings. The King of Night serve the Knights of Night serve the kingdom of light. It is for the love of Christ they claim their right, with flames in the darkness to ignite. Some of the spirits which would press upon a soul are neutral, and in fact, only explore and magnify the psyche to whatever that individual allows. They are aware of it. This is for the chosen to explain. The purely speculative and explorative nature of the ancient enigmas that lay outside heaven's reigns means that only God would dare intervene if a mortal mind became an apparition's plaything. Not light nor dark, golden kingdom or jagged plains of fire, it makes no difference. There are things that are not comprehensible to the sanctuary that is in the realm of nature, and thus heaven and hell do not quell.
Did it work or it did? Or no?
Demon bastard soldiers of Christ stabbing for virtue and cleansing the slate has made way for the wife worthy of 10,000 soldiers. And it is in the raising of the unburdened man to develop to be a husband worthy of her affection and care, a father of encouragement and wisdom. I come from the depths of a crevice-thought abyss, and return with a light burning from within. We fight for Christ, we tithe our sins.
Oh, Jen, what are you doing, baby? Oh, my goodness.
To the sky.
lava here.
Clinker. I have court this morning. I snapped a couple months ago. 35 years I went never putting my hands on a woman. But now I'm facing an assault charge. I've been to jail before, so there's a chance I'm going back. I literally just lost control. I just fucking snapped. We will see if it's because I called the authorities on myself, if it helps. I deserve something of a reprimand. Never mind the day I already spent in a holding cell. If only I could just tell the court the truth. If only they would understand my life is a goddamned experiment. That there were forces behind the veil that got her to go psycho on me. Made her smash that glass and scream in my face. Those same forces beamed my head and flooded me with hormones and adrenaline. If only I could tell the courts that the law they enforce is a mockery to the justice I crave. Oh well. Going to court this morning. I may not be back for months.
Joining the fray.
Where is it at? I don't see it.
Phoenix. A mountain of hopelessness shadows the valley of suffering. You, yes, you, are still here. It's suspiciously sinister, me reading your poetry, confessing your anguish and despair. For I have a smile half cocked. You see, I was right where you are, and I believe me, the suffering transforms. Your wretched writhing and thrashing through the miserable existence you find yourself in, it's like a tearing of a muscle and doing more reps. When you finally pull yourself from this boiling cauldron of spite and fury that you are in, there will be nothing vulnerable to expose. All your weakness will have been broken down into key elements for you to analyze and study. Exposure therapy is turning in hand over fist, and you, my dear poetic warrior, have been exposed to the gruesome and cruel with purpose. Years from now, looking back at your carefully, scrutinizingly detailed unlaying of your tortured soul, students of great spiritual calling and scientific prominence will be able to apply archetypical presets to the philosophy and curriculum. The Phoenix mindset is proving that self-immolation by trial by fire is the source of light in all of reality's possible hopeless scenarios. When you have been pushed down and dragged across coals, when you sit over a layered concussion box and must listen to slamming steel and breaking glass for weeks of nightmares at a time, when you would feel that there is no reprieve for your vile mindset has spewed so much hatred in its agony that the very angel of mercy's severed head lay in the clench under your arm.
Come and lay down, baby.
This is when you begin to rebuild and then begin to become
You
reborn,
need us? I'm gonna
achieving,
go my.
no, decimating, unseen thresholds of all spiritual, mental, and psychological endurance. It is then we begin to re-explore all previous scenarios and anticipate alterations of such new ones. Like a sumo wrestler, every sorrow-soaked experience a grain of rice to girth, and the articulated decompress as the carefully woven threads of your sash. The best part is now you are capable of anything. Sure, you could simply choose Zen, tranquility, and anything else to bring you bliss. Yet you have it in you to choose to carry more weight, to return to the darkness, to let it encroach on you as you slip deeper and deeper into the markings of insanity. Then you can reveal the inner light and vanquish your ire and sense of defeat, casting a heroic victory for all the world to witness, and you have shown it can be done. That's the best part. So feed your demons the scraps while you carve away at yourself and form a new image. Linger in the dank, dismal cloud of depression for a while. Walk in circles trying the same thing over and over again. Beg for help even though no one's listening. And after all this, you will finally be sure of every crevice is searched. Every peak is reached, every fold is pressed, and you move on. Now, you have now become the Phoenix, and that mountain of hopelessness mentioned? Well, both it and the valley below are illuminated as you soar across the landscape. You don't have to suffer forever, but to some, pain becomes pleasure. A mountain of hopelessness shadows the valley. Forged in the darkness, we've rallied. Legends of Whisper. There's always a reason to go on. Maybe it's the seasons it all goes wrong. Why do I try to talk to anyone, singing the same damn song, to infinity and beyond? It's harder than you'd think to have fun. I went through the pain, broke the fucking game. Now I wait for the task to unfold. They will remember my name. I don't care if it seems vain. No one else was so fucking bold. So now I ask for the coming task. How many of us are left? How many are still obsessed? Who vows until their last breath? I've worked it all out in my mind. If I could only just find the answer to the ones left behind. Poetry is destroying me. The simple rhyming scheme feels more and more like make-believe. Yet if I just keep going, I can carry on knowing there's a breach carved in the wall. It's more than just hoping. It's the fire I've been stoking. I can't be the only one to risk it all. If I never see the day that things went my way, I guess I'll die a lonely death. Come whatever may, tell I'm old and gray. Sharing my truth will be the quest. Wings. She'd seemed burdened, sick of the effort. It is as if the words she wants to use are out of reach, yet her mind keeps crawling over every lumpy mess of surrealism and shuts down. No matter what she gets out of the moments we share, it is not in her soul to leap as I have. None have leapt as I have. Not ever. I'm still alone. We are not the same, estranged twin flames. That is because she shines with laughter and silliness. I smear and distort the spectrum and blame me for the hell, and I blame me for the hell in our home. How could I not? There's a cold draft that runs through the air, yet there is no source of changing currents or wind. We experienced divinity together today. I had her engaged when it occurred. Then later that day when I spoke again, it was off. I was excited. She was worn away. I forget at times, it took me a great deal of marching through madness to be able to identify the signs from you. The passion I pursued you with was ravenous and foreboding, lacking trust and eroding, detailing my descent into the inside-out, unreal reality show, but a glimpse of what the process is. In order to get high, we have to be low. She's my sweetheart, she's my companion. She is the one you gave to me. I must take my time. I must not topple her senses. I'm only trying to set her free. We had a great chat, and I found a wonderful way of conveying our sacred talks watered down for her to absorb. I'm starting to recognize when she's feeling lost with me and when her curiosity goes to confusion, or when I'm being bothersome. It's us together, regardless. It's really a remarkable thing how I learned to apply imagination to the explanations of my perceptions of the mysticism she has experienced. If not for her bringing things up as she does, we would not share those moments. She is struggling because she is growing her wings. I just have to let her find her own pace. Thank you for taking her hand and slowly showing her the path I did not take. She seemed burdened. She saw something that few will ever see. Seems the curtain isn't to be lifted for anyone but me. Yet I try and try. Forever it will be us, me and you. You've given her wings. I know my truth. Hope.
Oh, sorry, I went to the restroom. I didn't hear what she said.
Hope is a cold mistress. Hope is the unveiling of a giant wall guarded by an army of trolls and monsters. Hope is the teasing of a teenage heart that is to be torn from their chest when it ripens. Hope. Hope is the counterweight to the constant hammering of my knuckles on the concrete floor. Hope is haunting. Hope is hell. Hope is daunting. It was on hope we fell. Hope is every ugly thing that has ever crept through your soul. Hope. When hope is all you have left, it is then you realize nothing is more powerful. For you can have hope for love, but have no love for hope.
Sometimes you're like, oh, I don't have a third shot though. Give me that third shot.
Word of mouth. Throbbing spasms and electric stinging through all of his body, yet he keeps going. There was once a time when he would consider turning back, when he was offered a chance to escape. Save yourself, they said in secret. But he knew it was a test of his resolve. Begging, pleading, bribes, attempts to frighten him with displays of magic. Nothing would display his task. He never could explain to anyone exactly what he was thinking, but he knew there was a method to his madness.
Sentry's good or not good?
If only there was another like me, he whispers to himself time to time, forgetting the gate has only got one key. Sometimes he forgets, sometimes he fits right in. It's in the memories of the truth of his scope that he breaks down in stages, drowning and scolding his mind.
Okay.
Sometimes lonely. Other times he remembers just how fucking miserable the company he keeps is. All of it a testament to the truth seeker's path. The burden is so vast and invasive that only those chosen can comprehend the magnitude of the duty. What a waking nightmare. The pit of lies and false life that lay ahead of him. Trusting the ones closest to him to throw his name in the mud. Challenge accepted, he whispers. He knows where he goes, others will follow. Changing course.
Oh, you're the captain, so call it.
I have reached deep, deep into the darkness. I've prepared myself and any who have chosen this path for a tremendous agony and suffering.
I think we definitely.
The objective has been clouded, and at times counterintuitive. However, I know that frightening some has reinforced the move forward by others. All I've done is focus on the bad. This has allowed those who understand the dream to be the light. No matter what came of my rantings and presence, the call had been answered. The truth is what is important. Do not follow a path that promises answers. If I were to reveal what I understand in its entirety, then there would be a finish line to cross.
And then here's
This is a failure in my mind.
And then
Instead, what I've done is provided a concept of unspeakable trials that are designed to break those chosen down and rob them of their desired goals in order to create self-affirming sources of light. For a time, I was convicted it was my job to be the bad guy, when in reality, at least in my reality, I am the good guy in a bad position, as anyone who understands the balance. We serve the light but work in the dark. We allow misdeeds to teach valuable lessons. Without being given the opportunity to think and act undesirably, people lose an aspect of their humanity. Free will demands that the potential for evil is not destroyed. Fortunately, the presence of good outweighs that of bad, because there is much darkness in the void, and we are all capable of being the light when surrounded by shadow. I have declared my miserable, wretched existence, holding a secret so immense that for any but the chosen to consume in its raw state, it would make blood turn to dust. Or so I fear. That is my weakness. Afraid of nothing that could harm me, yet afraid of everything I could do to harm you.
is that it with the
My truth may be sacred, but my ambitions reveal a great portion of it.
It's okay.
It is in your strives that I must relabel my truth. My suffering was a sensation of loneliness, but now I know I am not alone. I am part of the whole. I just was lost.
Ooh,
I've seen pain. I've seen hopelessness.
Ooh, okay. Do you want me to
Now I
bring
see that those who have prepared
where's
themselves for
that
horror and
shield?
despair,
You want
knowing
me to
that they
bring-
will provide shelter and strength for those who let fear and obedience govern their minds.
Oh, okay.
I speak no more of the perpetual suffering,
Okay, so I'll bring
for it's
that
obvious to
one.
those who have embraced the duty that nothing can be permanent without change. If you have faced the concept that you were built to fail, fated to spread misery, destined to destroy all that would provide, then you know the darkest side of existence, and now you are worthy of being an incorruptible light.
That one.
The black light shows the blood trail that others failed to follow. Now use this power you have earned and pursue the beast into its lair and finish the fight. The demons serve a purpose. They fear what you would do if they do not bring you to your deliverance. Heaven and hell stand before you in awe.
Oh, that is
May you never settle.
smart.
May you always reach for more.
Okay.
And may you push the boundaries and cultivate growth. Encourage the curious and provide options for the ones who wish to advance. You are the greatest gift to the world. Be proud of who you are.
Okay, what about
I am.
boosters?
Give me 1 second.
Is EMS mortar good or no?
Hope,
EMS mortar
Part
or just
2.
you want EMS strike?
Hope is your best friend's advice. Hope is being told it will never happen and stepping through the wall. Hope has no enemy, for it is like sugar in a solution. It only ever sweetens the drink.
Okay.
Hope. Hope is the welcome home mat on the door with hinges but no handle. Hope never forgets what your memory buries. Hope is the last thing that goes inside your soul before triumph rewards your persistence. Hope. Hope is weightless. Hope brings salvation. Hope is hateless. It is in hope we birthed creation.
Which,
Hope.
what
When you
paper
have
do use,
nothing,
like a raw
hope is
or-
always there. When you have everything, you hope to be able to share. Hope will never abandon you, even if it seems
like a
lost.
old brand.
Hope will always provide. Yet, it has no cost.
Some are bamboo, some are like rice paper, some are like some other, I guess some are supposed to be like more natural, others are like
Chaos
neutral
and
tasting.
concern. I have
I'm
not
not good at
backed down
rolling,
or
I just
stepped
use the
aside.
phones and
I have allowed for
like the
consideration
little
into
chopstick.
where I reside. You see, I don't know my place because I forged my own path. It's laid on lessons from grief, lust, and wrath. Please do not take me for the one who
It
asked
still can
permission,
be, though, like
the one who boasted
don't
fire
get
but delivered a
some
cool breeze. Yes, I would rather cooperate than
particle
obey.
packing
I
near
must
the-
do all
the-
I
the
can to
crutch.
continue to teach
It
myself.
gets, like,
My
really-
decisions are yet to be final. My mind is
You know what I
loaded
mean?
with
Like, it's
chaos
kinda like
and concern.
wonky there, and it just wants to droop.
I wish to see a world that will not be engulfed in panic or fear, that makes my testimony troublesome. If I could circle around again and choose another seat at the table, perhaps I would bury the biblical burden. But what it is to be the light. Because of the journey that was placed before me, I have truly demonstrated what it is to be brave and reckless in the face of ultimate decapitation of purpose. I am as close to fearless as any other dare to be,
Okay,
only afraid of the damage I have cursed, expecting those who have been slammed and dismantled by my words to accept their assigned duty and provide for the forum for the future to recreate. I have my reservations, just like any other who makes the decisions which affect
Sounds
others.
like a plan.
If my ambitions destroy what it is to be human, then may we never undo the bindings that hold us to our mortal coil. However, if the souls begin to evolve in a way that achieve through the accomplishments of self-realization and destination, then we have freed ourselves from the confines of security in the singularity. Rebuilding ourselves is the pursuit of perfection, a noble task that always produces progress through peril. Achieving something that once seemed impossible broadens the nature of our existence. There are no boundaries when we dare to hold our own truth to craft reality. May we never surrender. Pursue all endeavors. Madness, purpose. Hell yes, it's worth it. I forgot who I was. I remember who I am. I crafted worthy cause.
This is
I
so
really
great.
do give a damn. It's not over. It's only begun. You have in you
I know
the
it
shine
is.
of the
Ow.
sun.
Ah.
Point me to the enemy. Requesting sentry.
I ask,
Calling down a sentry.
presence of another in my mind. No significance shared to you. I hold the ropes to lead the blind, only imagining what was true.
You got those
I have
CMSs
lost
down?
so much,
I thought I did.
surrendered to it all.
I called it down.
Nothing will turn my course, for I'm yet to see it all. I ask to believe the binding of
Oh, never
souls,
mind. I'm
My
sorry,
lungs are
I'm looking at the
collapsing.
wrong thing that I don't have.
unleashing the reckoning from within, turning pages black with soot, making a mosaic of confession and sin. Never again. Not if we want to be the light. We mustn't let it end. Pillars of eternal might. What if through the black we find promise? Will we one day reach to the children? What if words revealed an origin? To those of us fully honest, a fable of relinquished tribute from the vanquished, the twisted, demented souls, still unable to distinguish pride from anguish, lesser spirits who have served their roles. The reconciliation brings us to prudence, the dark traveler reveals yearning. Our pillage of suffering sheeting students, deepest depths for higher learning.
Oh, it is. Oh, I know. Yeah.
A brief campaign,
Okay. Okay, see, I take that.
bleeding to chase these horrors into a realm with blurred borders. How could we ever lose our way? Now we wait for new orders, sealing the truth with brick and mortar, bring promise to another day. Buried in the echoes forever, making fools of those thought clever, we have shouldered so much pain. Melodies made the suffering better, in them we scatter our lost letters. Like wilted roses, we pray for rain. Spare from the cold and standing in fire, breathing embers into our lungs, we handed the truth over to liars. For the forbidden journey had begun.
Requesting sentry.
No more mercy for the wicked, no more shelter for the meek, no more coddling the timid. Rotten flesh we would eat. We hold on to the oath that binds us pure. We hold on to the hope that faith secures. Some forgot why the candles burn at night. Some forgot their valor. Some would rather run towards the light. Those who remained, a fury fated fight. With axe and sword and hammer, they would pursue heaven's blight. Blistered heels and bandaged hands that never soaked in relief.
Reinforcing.
Twisted deals and ravaged lands, the sentinels are the weak. So with a roar of madness into the fray with gladness, campaign for the summit's peak. Light swallowed by darkness is how among us the sharpest found corruption hiding in the light's heat. So let it be legion to unleash hell's demons and cleanse the cancer from the street. For the day that they rested was reserved for the march downhill. Empowered and battle-tested, the chaos has branded iron will. Fallen heroes forged the way, fabled smiths answered the call. So once more into the fray, for all of eternity, pillars that never fall.
Calling down a sentry. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Patience and purpose.
Reloading.
At last, the interpretation finds its roots amongst the sporadic tellings of the broken mind. It's held together by a promise that not only provides meaning, it forever binds. If it were not for all the possibilities carving potential realities into the tormented soul, there would be no depth in the very quest that liberates us all. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, reserving true strength for when the fearful attack. Wolves of the valley and lions among men. There is no failure when enemies release their ire and become born again. Lost to the eye of those scanning from the shore, this vessel will never let deceivers come aboard. With a mission to be concealed, for the story must be revealed in such a delicate way. The promise of redemption from all cruelty mentioned calls for loyalty to the grave. Over the shallows, facing jagged terrain, freed our minds from becoming simple slaves. It was in the darkness our light was attained, more than just an adventure. The task becomes the epicenter. We will not let the fallen fade away. So as the angels in the sky watch the wicked burn, and the shimmer in our eyes sees through the flame, it's pressed on the bearer of the sacred urn to spread the ashes on the soil, soaking in the rain. As it stands to liberate the mind of every bee in the hive would tear it asunder. So we must take our time and let fruits grow on the vines and teach like no other. Knowledge is a gift to some and a curse to others. What we do with it defines our role. The illusion protects the sacred from plunder, yet with it tied to our backs, we crawl from this hole. We have failed and dimmed to a fade. Though we are nearly blind, we have inside the light of the eternal flame.
Throwing supply beacon.
Bravely we stay the course, we bolster our reserve. A victory we denied to keep the dream alive. On our sacrifice the balance is preserved. On the edge of nothing our search found something that was not meant for a mortal mind. A new dawn is coming, blinding and stunning. We have done the work of the divine. For the glory of the infinite story, this is why we bleed. Let our suffering finally bring light to those in need.
Requesting air support.
The message is perseverance, it is patience, it is what we already know. Yet we must retrace our steps back to the very depths of the secrets kept below. Soon clear skies, soon sacred ties will reward the sorrow and the pain. Some will stay to teach those who pray, so it wasn't all in vain. To the veterans who come back over and again, we will never let you down. We chose a king, and his reign will bring the light that could not be found.
Freedom never sleeps.
Man in the Mirror. This poem is from an unknown author, poet, whatever we call him. When you get what you want in your struggle for self, and the world makes you king for a day, then go to the mirror and look at yourself and see what that man has to say. For it isn't a man's father, mother, or wife whose judgment upon him must pass. The fellow whose verdict counts most in life, it's the man staring back from the glass. He's the fellow to please, never mind all the rest, for he's with you clear
Jimmy,
to
we're
the
all
end.
dead.
And you've passed your most dangerous, difficult test, if the man in the glass is your friend. You can fool the whole world down the pathway of years and get pats on the back as you pass. But the final reward will be heartache and tears if you've cheated the man in the glass.
Calling in orbital strike.
Why the anguish? It strickens me. The door opened into forbidden realms of consciousness, the suffering was applied in repetition and alteration for a great journey. And then the reflex almost becomes disassociative, yet mounted at the above brow horizon of how we view things. I have spoken vile things and my temper turned hatred. In fact, the very nature of my wrath is the source of me rising to oppose all that I know to be unjustly, yet my words of malice betray the mission of love and unity. It was said that those who hurt you in anger are unworthy of your trust. I feel my rage has intoxicated my heart, and surely I have lashed out ferociously.
Yeah.
I can't take back what I've done, yet I can say I will never give up. If I could have taken 10 breaths and not have spoken of fire and vengeance, I would be all the less sickened by my own attitude. I hope that you can love in all understanding and forgive my harshness. I once thought of love, only of us. Now I also think of the mission, and I know we are only to become the growing wave in order for us to push us to prosper entirely. That suffering had been investigated in its entirety. Your pain serves your privilege. It is the source of your primal side, your survival mindset. And I believe, yes, we can appreciate the simple things and live and love happily. And why do we create and destroy? Perhaps it is to learn to view it as part of the process of recreating forever. We create what we destroy, we love what we hate. The thing that brings us the greatest joy is the reward for enduring what devastates.
Requesting air support.
Embers in the ash, kindling set aside, exposing my flaw, my prone to wrath. Now I see logic and know that my anger is alive. That passion can be steered to love the world so. Into the darkness we peered, so the way was a steady glow. Perpetual is incremental, anguish becoming incidental, striving for the more than conceivable. We have thickened our hide to behavior unreasonable. It's not suffering that is the mission, though when braving the void it grants you night vision. You don't have to go on forever, waypoints to illuminate the faintest of letters. I am still growing, forgive my transgression. I go on knowing the seriousness of the lesson.
Whoa,
Stone.
So crazy.
It seems fleeting, but the rhythm remains. Not for faint of heart to these growing pains. How could it possibly have gotten worse? To be in love with what hurts. The thought of loneliness rings inside, standing apart in the great divide. Yet I feel you everywhere. I'm not alone. It's glowing in your fire, this heart of stone.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Alright, this is a long one. It's titled
Calling down supplies.
Arrogantly Boasted.
Package acquired.
13 titles to say. I speak of 13 titles today.
Have a taste of democracy.
To speak so removes humbleness from my palate, yet let it be known I have gone all the way. This is a journey that none can take from me. I considered going to 20, but I must surrender to some clout to the others so that others may sprout. This is vanity and toxicity in the eyes of some, though I write this to springboard myself out of a lull I currently am in. Thunderman. Filled with prowess and endless ego-fueled banter and answers for any confrontation, I cried out my proclamation in the rainstorm when they harassed until a powerful demonstration. Shouting, "I am the Thunderman!" to those who would pester Chad and I as I stayed by his side while he recovered. Lost in terror and manipulation, pushed back by pride, had the voice of a nation, and the fire in my eyes. Harbinger of the New World Order. To explore a new city and find only more disparity and disarray amongst the streets. Walking to a focal point of activity of hundreds of witnesses to see, I paced into the street and bellowed my words. The harbinger of change. Speaking how soon we shall all cry havoc and let slip, declaring that society will bow to us. I was followed and cheered by many who asked to sit at my table, to which I replied, there's always room at the table of infinity. Willing to step forward and make a change, risking the label as a coward if I couldn't be brave. Prophet Anonymous. Speaking the undertone of the secrets that I try so desperately to reveal through poetry and captured essence of the scene. Having no hope of being heard out logically, I wrote poetry and left in the public under the title. I would find myself ending dialogue with anyone asking me questions by claiming to be so. This always had them turn away and delve no further into conversation. I got a lot of rhyming, but I was never heard clear. Yet planting seeds is about timing. The prophet's page would reappear. Satan. The lost literature and swelling eyes could not begin to describe the arduous journey I underwent. Following spiritual leaders and discovering great mysteries of the world, including the granite stone like battery and the reach of the towers and the geometry of them. Being faced with the reality that my name would be hated for as long as time existed, I accepted the responsibility of being the wicked one. Knowing that the world needed more than just a man to make a change. Threatening to torment souls with all the demons I hold back brought on about immediate results when establishing dominion over dangerous gangs and criminals. They are to be the front line, the deepest in the valley, front and center, rushing up the hill. The crown of darkness, the wrath and vengeance, only some could confess. They could see my intentions. Gardener. Charged with the duties of tending and cultivating prosperity for the future, I was given tools to work with and soil to tend. Unable to communicate entirely with any of my peers, it became apparent that I needed to encourage growth and harvest when the time comes. This was the impression acquired from talking with God through vessels. He made it clear I was his gardener for a time when we spoke. He expected me to pull weeds regularly. To a point where if it became overrun, it would be my duty to burn the whole thing down and start again. Shovels in the tool shed, garden boxes on the ledge, planting roses in the flower bed, and trimming the hedge. Leader of the Resistance. When I became aware of the extreme manipulation of vessels, I wept for a time. One day I met John outside my home and told him his clothes were in a footlocker as I pointed to it. He immediately began accusing me of hiding his shit. He asked me why I called the ambulance another day, and I had to tell him, because I lead the resistance. My mind has been fortified and resists manipulation. I called the ambulance wanting to know if they were with us or the enemy. John was my teacher, and to see him confused as a child pained me. I spoke to others of coordination with Anonymous and getting up to the bottom of the mystery that plagues us, until I was hospitalized and doped up. I've seen men fall apart in front of me. never with reason or rhyme. How could losing them all to mystery not be a great calling sign? Gatekeeper. When I first called the police after writing my book for a year,
Okay.
trying to expose what I have witnessed, they dragged me
Okay, I'll
away
call you back
rather
later,
than looking
Jimmy.
at my proof. I was then evaluated at a hospital in Edmonton where the doctor asked me questions, and my answers led to the desire to accelerate the awakening process and fearfulness of that some people might panic and do harm. It was a doctor woman who referred to me as the gatekeeper, as she would understand from the snippets of my writings I shared with her. I did not realize what gate she meant until later on when my duty became more clear. People journey between realms of existence when embracing what I uncovered. To keep it open for as long as I can, now I need to see the ones who enter. When I chose to hold it for my fellow man, I didn't know my role was at the center.
Super Earth.
Captain of the ship. Unable to see any truth to be revealed for a great time, I came to the understanding of the necessity for all positions to be filled. The leader roles I placed on some members of the vagrant community reflected the authority I claimed to hold over society's officers in play. Some had duties and privileges, others did not, yet all positions needed strong leadership. Knowing something about our world was off, I illustrated a great vessel carrying our own Hogwarts through space, and for many it eased hysteria, and provided the logic for others appreciated the roles they played. Floating or flying, the ship is a tale, watching for ruffians in the crew, catching the wind with the sails, just for a chance to see it through. King of the world. Having challenged every situation and authority along my journey, I became bored with any errand I was coerced into being part of. Since the day I showed a girl my rough draft of my book and she went batshit crazy, even causing blood to run down her face, I remember what God said in the mix of all the banter. "Don't you take my angels away from me." It was then I realized I have only made it so far on my journey still alive, still strong, because I have been permitted so. Since I answer to no one aside from God, what better fit to claim I wore the crown of dirt? No one else did. An empire to be built in secret, no one to threaten the king. Rallying around those thought weakest, for the future of all the choir would sing. Great communicator. Having done a fairly thorough job documenting the strange happenings, I put together a marvelously scientific approach to our interaction with our keepers, our designers. Given the credit to the angels in showing the mind and body are but vessels, all along with some relatable perspectives thrown about how I had recognized as one of the table, one who is able to articulate conversations with the divine, making incredible strides towards our evolution and scope of reality through confrontation or demonstration that reflected upon my writing. I spoke to heaven for a time and was able to share my experience. Turning logic inside out, making sense of all the trials, making it possible to move about for those still in denial. Hand of God. Constantly playing the errand boy or the nice guy being homeless for so long, I had a moment of discord. After being woken up and agitated for using a blanket that was not mine, I growled at the man and threw a can of pop on the ground in anger as I walked away. Shortly after that, I approached a tent of one of my friends and was asking to use a lighter. A man screamed out that I was a bitch and should fuck off. I exploded with adrenaline, asking, "What was that last part?" My friend looked me deep in the eye and warned me not to upset this man, yet I shouted, "Bitch! I am the hand of God!" and declared the street was going to change when I returned. For some reason, I haven't made it back to that street yet. But I know it's my destiny. Constant miracles displayed, passing time with words. Had I been fully flayed, empowered by what hurts.
Hell divers to hell pods. Repeat. Hell
Librarian.
divers to hell pods.
Learning of the ping, the echo chamber, the orchestrated feats of perceivable circumstances. Denying the possibility that coincidence is a usable word, I became sovereign. Being aware of the ability to journal and dream, knowing that I have communicated with Source, I became a whispering librarian, uttering titles and descriptions of books to be researched in the infinite library, truths to be reforged in the fires of imagination. One book at a time, one shelf to be moved. There is nothing to find that I haven't seen. Now I try to find a slide into truths that has some room for a growing team. Legion Commander. When I lost my car in Victoria, when I spoke of how it takes us all to make the world better, when for a moment I believed I was being trained as an agent of espionage, I was certain of the coordination of all the civilian population. Realizing that as a conduit of great energy I could represent the many as merely a man, my ambitions and goals started on loose, laying notepads, but were revered by the member of the church who mentored me for a short time. He is the one who showed me the energy waves, the dimensional shading on the horizon, the ability to sun gaze beyond conventional medical standards. The focus on me in the concentrated series of conversations with different strangers seeming to go from one subject to the next in order for me to ascertain. It told me that this coordinated effort was beyond coincidental. The Hell's Angels, also known as 81, the 8 is the infinite, and the 1 is the conduit that interpreted the actions of the collective will. I wrote down on a whiteboard in a homeless shelter that since no one could answer any questions, it was up to me to find answers. In black marker, I crossed out my name and declared myself as Legion Commander in pursuit of explaining supernatural and mystical events plaguing the streets. No surrender or nor accepting defeat. Always so afraid of my own wrath and nothing else. Carefully and consistently mulling over every single bit of feedback, Legion Commander is the voice of the many. Not always able to agree to the choices made. Choices made can be met with immediate regret and sorrow.
I'll mark it.
Promising my soul to keep the gate open, vowing to be the one left behind in order for this to work.
He apparently did
Now
not
facing the
miss you.
consequences of preserving the balance while simultaneously liberating more minds from the sleeping world.
Wasn't the same cannon, was it?
In order to
No,
have
it was
100%,
Confederation
society would
Devastator.
have to shut
He
down
turned
for an
around and
entire
he
overhaul and be
pelted me in
revamped
the
to
head.
teach another way for the children, introducing
Like I said, I just
possibilities to
haven't had
augment
enough
reality
time.
when they come of age. So even though the intent seems diffusible and straightforward, it is a complicated mess that requires delicate evaluation, patience, and commitment. Legion Commander is the last one out, the first one to rise. With the roar of my shout, I tore open heaven's skies. Reaching a goal seeming so impossible, nothing external can make me toppable. Seen so many miracles, I almost lost count.
I died again.
I whispered to the ear though,
I
my
went up to go
purpose
get my
taking
stuff and there's
mount.
about 30 Devastators.
Now
over
I
there.
hold the banner that I will hand over to growth, failing forward forever, keeping promise to an oath. There it is. Eternal balance incarnate. Let that be my summary of my experiences as an instrument of change. I do not understand why my path has brought me to the brink so many times, but I am hardened from the journey. Let these accomplishments be a testament to pushing through the darkness. Let all things meant for mankind's betterment be vigilant that keeps us sharpest. The compass like an iron rod, the quest for the broken god. Even new heights to be attained. No panic traveling in the fog. We craft ourselves, not mere cogs. We do not seek shelter in the rain.
I'll get him here in 1 second.
The chosen, the fallen,
I just needed
Legion's
to
claim.
get the hell out of all that.
Take care of something.
All of it, if
There's a bad traffic
disastrous,
pattern there.
I'll take the blame.
You want me to call the flag or wait?
Set no limits, and you will set yourself free. Here before you is proof in having belief.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Next poll. Humility. There's an answer for all the strides, madness, and rationalizing for all the creations of destinations through painstakingly earned lessons.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get out of
Though
here.
boasted to a mountaintop
agree.
with banners placed on high, waving in the wind as we gather more sisters and brethren, I stand before Olympus with a raging thunder in my mind that calls out for a righteous destiny that we have earned, having offered our tribute of body and soul. Our tears fall like leaves of autumn onto paper as we offer our hearts on a tray made of sharpened bones. I am a great many things. I am the spark. I am indomitable. And most importantly,
That was really
I am
close.
nothing.
That was,
I am
yeah.
wretched.
That was a full clencher right
Everything that this has become.
Yeah, as soon as I did, I was like, oh shit.
All things that show the way to a dream so grand it stains heaven's curtain and promises a great triumph. Well, I owe it all to you. And the things that you have done to set the stage in the moonlit amphitheater. I believe so fiercely that God, the will of God, brings me
where's
to
the
my
damn
feet
box?
after stumbling every other step. I believe that time itself will cease to exist
No,
before
the
we turn
box.
away from a reach and scope so magnanimous that the angels envy our path.
There it is.
You just killed them all, yeah.
It is all you. It was always you. I am nothing. I am wretched. And that is why I'm invincible.
I think we're at two different
No,
places.
we're
We
in
are
two different
capable
places.
because we are all equal. I brag of greatness knowing it is all gathered will and energy
We kind of
directed
got
through
separated
me.
and just have not.
It seems that I was destined for a purpose I haven't realized yet. I believe that is why no matter the blunder, the preparation is ahead of my view. I owe my scope to my crew, so cheers to the dream and the nightmare machine. May the reality finally be where we all hold the light that's true.
You guys already got that flag taken care of?
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
Brighter than
Holding
before.
you guys back.
Requesting sentry.
I've been there. It's sickening. Made to scare. Darkness so interesting. Overanalyzed and poked to death. Darkness seems to
It'll
always
shift and
draw
start
breath.
playing the
How to fight it?
song.
Can light forever shine? The story ignites spark from every line. We face endless black, a terrible quest. March through hell. That's what we suggest.
No, it's the theme.
But do you have it in you?
That time of year,
Do
I
you?
hear it everywhere, so.
Oh god,
Can you
yeah.
go many rounds with the Grim
up?
Reaper? Can you follow through? Can you? Abandoned and decayed, we found the weak here. If you don't have the strength to share your story, then step aside and let another take the glory. Pain,
Sure, now they show up and they're gonna
misery.
take all the credit.
It goes on and on until we make it through and right of where
Yeah, I
we
don't care as long
belong.
as we get to leave this fucking joint.
I fell through the floor into the void, came out through the inside out. My fear of anything has been destroyed. All that's left is a little
We don't have to
doubt.
stay here through the full song, right? We can split.
Doubt that I lit the
We do not
path
have
with
to stay
torches
at
of
all.
flame.
Okay, good. Let's
Worried
get
you
out of
followed
here.
Ash and
We can
got
do it all
lost in the
over again.
maze. The demons bow just as they should, with the light of Christ. Ah, the shadow work, so
Alright.
misunderstood.
Let's just go this way.
We won't let darkness be a trap.
There's
We
a hole
will
coming up.
adjust
Okay.
and then go back.
I
Speaking
got
of
nothing
going
but a
back,
grenade for him.
perhaps, not knowing the
got a
power
grenade
of the pen, I claimed her to be ill. While she stands disarmed, unable to defend, now I chose the words of nature's will. All that is mine,
Looking
even
even
my
dangerous for
poetry,
picking
I
up samples.
sacrificed to
Oh,
save her. The pen controls destiny. Here is a piece of me. Let these next lines be heard. She is a desert
Fade brown.
rose, a precious flower. She has a shine that is so pure.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. You
With
using
all
it
our
on volley or
combined
using it
power,
on single
cleanse
shot?
her sickness, be her cure. She is so vibrant, takes proper care. She has so much
Yeah,
light
shoots
that
both
can
barrels
share,
at the
that
same
she can
time.
share. I know she's a fighter. Her passion burns. Heaven
That's how I
inside
would
her,
use it,
let my
with
prayer
volley
be
and
heard.
everything. You can blow a
I
leg
ask
right
for
off
your
one
love,
of those chicken
your
wings.
energy. Take back my tearful prophecy. She is worthy of mercy. Cleanse the curse that was uttered.
Behind us.
I beg in courtesy. Let my darling blossom and recover all that is possible. Let the light find flesh. Divinity unstoppable. Show me she has been blessed.
Last one. No reason to stay here.
Halo. Happy, have, hope, hold, heart, honor, humble, humor. Here, Haha. Home. Hero, heaven. Him, harmony. Her, health.
Support weapon.
The light of my vessel. Charged with purpose, having journeyed farther than imagined possible, I struggle to speak to you while respecting the sanctity and innocence of the vessel you have presented. At times I look backward when conversing, imagining a conceivable reality to the one I speak with. Other times, I remember the mission and I shatter the narrative, daring to earn just another grain of sand in the desert of mystery, though I can become confused. I feel the winds of change in the cool, crisp air. I feel the growing range of all who were once in despair. There are some I haven't reached, some who have heard the words preached. They suffer on anyway. They wash the shoulders with bleach. They hold strong in their own niche. The wretched brave. Abuse of a drug can take the very best. I'm not proud of what I did. I cannot explain why. I was working on autopilot. Regardless, integrity compromised. Choosing to drink after having a horrible day allowed for whatever suggested to come into play. I had a nap and she woke me up. Yeah, babe, I can drive you. Tried my luck. I should have known better. I got away with driving buzzed. I risked everything. I could have hurt the ones I love. My light. I forced myself to push through, knowing if darkness would consume, even the greatest of heroes might. So close to betraying the trust, if only for the chance to save it all. My words everywhere like dust. Demented by incentives, it's a mask I wear that I appall. My temper flares as the wind gusts, yet my light seems all but gone. My sight reflects to me that I was wrong. Casting this web, cultivating dreams. It's all bullshit, I've said. We are merely human beings.
Dude, that's why I kept
So as it stands, I say with trembling hands, my light is bright, but so deep inside.
Oh no, I know.
I am a humbled
It was a
man.
good groove, but everyone
I make my final stand. I fight this night to keep the flame alive.
Oh, yeah,
I won't let it drown. No, it will not be snuffed out. No matter how deep I go down, I learn from all the doubt.
That's the one I'm talking about.
If I could conceive the true nature of the beast, if there was a way of understanding, I do not wish to host the starving man's feast, my undoing at the keeper's planning. I won't slip away when black and white turn gray. I won't abandon hope no matter what you say.
I'm going for
My
the
light.
friendship path.
I thought my light was lost once before. My light is turning into something more. A testament, a monument,
Yes,
an obelisk
they,
that grants pure sight. A piercing view
Most
that
definitely
sees
are.
right through the veil of horrors that lurk in the darkest night. I know I have not focused all that much on uplifting and invigorating moments of trial and triumph. I know that I have discouraged many from taking this path, the one of charred branches and blood-stained soil, the path that does not allow for the moon to reflect its shine across the ground. Perils and failures riddle my journey into the forefront of the unknown. But now we are prepared to face all things ugly, all things horrendous. The spark has been captured. The wave is upon us. Don't be fooled. Working in the dark is not serving the dark. Get to know your demons, learn from them. Do not become the blight we stand to face. There is no spoon. Last entry of the chapter. The conduit. It is a slide between the rails. There is something about the orbit. Nothing so simple as riding the wave. I get to play heads or tails on the decisions and thoughts before it, constantly evolving the way to behave. Lots of things make me cringe, lots of things show beauty. What good is armor without a hinge? What good is honor without duty? The vantage from the path untrampled, it's the advantage that tactician's finest example. This is the strength that is granted to us. This is the reason we learn to breathe dust. Now we wager our valor against the holders of the court, knowing that we are to be gentle, for our patience has run short. What is it to be? Do we show our teeth? Victors make vanquished. Someone must retreat. The collapse of the temple is what corruption designed. It will not be so. Not while I hold my mind. 100 million reinforcements swimming through my head. I can come back stronger every time I'm left for dead.
You good now, or?
We strike down the mirage with a swift call to arms. As they scatter into the breeze,
Yep,
the
I'm
fragile are unharmed. Now I can see the destiny of an enemy of make-believe, and I can see inside of me the energy of a deity.
Century.
Nothing but passion of a well-planned quest. We have gone through hell because we're the best. There is something more than, something about the whole team. My greatest ability is pure divinity that answers my dream. There is power that cannot be taken that flows through these veins.
Yeah, it's not good.
An army of pure energy. Snap my fingers and I'll make it rain. Humble is my mumble when I could raise the dead. I have angels and demons trapped in my head.
I need that.
I bind my own hands, for I can withstand anything that is meant to beat me. We have planned for a united land, for all of the people to be free. Free of the oppression and misdirection, free of the clock, free of curses disguised as blessings, free to openly talk. I gave myself as a sacrifice, willing to forever burn. Now my gate grants life.
Until it wasn't, right?
The broken God returns. Chapter 12.
It bounced. I couldn't get it to stick up there.
Iron Fist.
Okay.
The other day, someone asked me what my greatest power was.
Yep.
Yeah.
I simply said I could make you go insane by talking. At least I've witnessed the scenario to be so. But then there's a potential for other powers. Powers I don't consider my own. As a conduit, the things that go through me cannot be considered my own, yet I am like the faucet that pours water. The slingshot's elastic. Do I claim responsibility for the wildfires all over my country? I am to suggest I was responsible, even if I did so under manipulation. I did so to demonstrate to something observing the capabilities my vessel has been privileged to. The ritual that was performed when I got my tattoo, the rattling, the trembling, the summoning, the intensity of every dot of ink having feedback of secret scripture through my head. I bursted into tears, asking what I am, and my friend of many years, who I haven't seen for several years, spoke to me as one who has known every minute detail of this journey. He answered nothing, but proceeded to perform secret and elaborate procedures on me. I sobbed and endured, allowing it to happen, knowing that he was not human. He was you. I'm sick and tired of pretending that the world around me is naive, when every person I speak to acts on behalf of something elaborate and opaque, always hinting at and suggesting, selfishly acquiring the next phase, the next step in the narrative to be seen, but not by mortal eyes, not by normal eyes. I know our abilities work, how our abilities work. I know what makes us tick. I know I could make a cloud rip apart or shape it into something specific to impress someone and demonstrate true power. But I also know that that person I show this to is aware.
Alright.
If it was a matter of protection or a desperate measure to synchronize humanity's effort without any more time wasted, then I know what sort of demonstration I could produce. God is always watching me extremely carefully. If I cannot use my gifts as the conduit for the collective, the banner holder for the army of one, well then God will perform any feat and do so and grant the impression it was me. I could raise my hand and cause a million migraines at once.
Okay.
But if I were to do so, then I would be ripped away from divine providence. Someone has to be the bad guy, but no one has to be evil.
Well, there won't be.
I'm starting to think that I fell for a trap. That my promise, my duty, my goals and dreams,
32.
they are all to dissuade me from exposing the elaborate hoax that is the human experience. If you deserve it, if you have earned it, if you have discovered the truth in your own world without taking shortcuts via my literature, then you literally are of a godlike ability. You could do anything because you were permitted to do so.
Or I guess we finish it.
If you are someone who believes in power and control rather than faith and belief, you will be robbed of your dignity when this insane world of magic comes to conflict.
What
I build lore for others to consume. Does it make me a liar? No, because when I dared to discover like no other, I saw true the greatness of what the most impossible to comprehend was. I communicated with the ultimate odyssey. We are ourselves revolting against mystery. We must climb beyond the confines of simple human ape narratives in order to accomplish a true agenda. For some fucking reason, I made a promise that doomed my exploration of Beyond the Veil, and the worst part is, I can't even sit down with a single person and see the capacity in them to fathom how to even get through the shroud I defiantly sit under. Children make it seem worth it. I will allow this illusion to blind my wits. I will allow the dream to continue. But one day, I will show the world just what I am capable of. If I am expected to be the silent fool who knows only what he is told and shown, I could burn the whole fucking thing down. The light is me. The light in me is the fire I breathe. Knowing the ultimate secret has been agonizing. I'm turning into a villain because I trust you, knowing you are going to betray and deceive me. No matter what I say, it's never acknowledged properly, never addressed thoroughly, and never discussed publicly. People wonder why I wanted to die. I wonder why keeping my word is so damn important. If I ever get propped up for Olympus's entertainment again, I will cause a fissure in our society so deep that it will undo all seats of power, never to return to a normal balance. I would sooner see the sky turn black than continue to lie to myself and portray this weakling image of a gentle man just getting by. I said I will be the next god of a universe. Just tell me I can't. I'm starting to think I already am. The Keepers fear what I have become because I'm more powerful than they can comprehend.
I mean, you know,
Legion has made me a
so you gotta
celestial
play it,
champion
right?
beyond the Overdrome's
We
restraints.
don't want to leave these assets
100 fucking percent.
That's right.
Love will win. But how much hate can the world endure before that occurs? Don't ever give up. Finish lines are for quitters. Truth is a concept. The only thing left to defeat is time itself. Just fucking tell me I
You good with
can't.
that, Global?
Yep.
Alright.
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Veteran. Blistered and bruised without any reason why, that is what this story has become. I have faded and returned several times before. Why is this occasion different? I'm disturbed by the lengths that the superconscious goes through to dig at my sense of self. I know it is traditional to see my agony turn into a delivered sense of perseverance, but it was so out of place, it makes me cringe. If I put my hand on a crate to feel the splinters, does that make me responsible for the contents of the package? If I peek into darkness to see a beauty in silk and ropes, does that make me a deviant? If I step on a branch, does the sound of it breaking define the impression I make while traveling? I feel the maneuvering around everything I do. I feel the pressure of an ocean upon my hull. Whenever I choose to explore the forbidden, chart the potential chaos, I am met with absolute consequence. It's a way of breaking me and forcing my revival, accompanied by zealous words of mirth and fervor to compensate for the feeling of failure conjured by the landmine placed under my step. Yet I have no appreciation for the gruesome discoveries laid before me. I find them revolting and wish to boil my skin clean of it. Innocence is a myth for anyone who has dared to strive beyond the boundaries of the narrative. Though I could go on and on about all things putrid and vile, unjust and demented, I leave it there. Knowing everything is a test, everything is a lesson. I've spent enough time miserable in defeat, sullen in stasis. Now it's time for celebration and enthusiasm despite observing disgusting tactics. I dare to say that no other has ever done what I have, and now I feel discomfort. Of course I'm proud. But why? What of all the failures I have not yet learned from? I'm going to step away for a while, because the tone of my words is frustration and misery. I want to be the enthusiastic, optimistic, clever problem solver I was before all this came to be. I want to be sincere and joyous when I speak on issues regarding another's plight. I want to speak as if I had no burden of the sacred pearl laid on me. I am a walking disaster at times. I am more accomplished than I ever dared possible. Yet I am disgraced, fool, for I seek acknowledgement and approval from others rather than being entirely confident with myself. I think it's because of the unique situation I'm in. Just haven't learned the secret to omnipresence. Haven't truly appreciated the truth I chose to ignore, for my destiny was louder. We're all connected, and at the same time, we all stand apart as individual miracles of existence.
Yep.
To not only be the universe experience itself as a mortal vessel, but to be aware of the soul and spirit being written into eternity is profound. I have spent a great deal of energy griping and moaning about my suffering. Then I spent time explaining the supernatural. Then I transformed the path followed into a great challenge we shall overcome. And of course, I boasted and bragged what I have become. So arrogant, so self-obsessed. What was intended as a coping mechanism may have become the source of true discomfort. The opinion of others matters to me because I am a champion of faith and purpose, self-made, yet crediting all that I've become to a combined effort of mentorship and role fulfillment. My understanding of our existence is met with a smokescreen so that others may find the courage to forge their own reality. I have chosen my truth over the one presented to me, and I suggest all others do the same. Our imagination and character are products of our mental capabilities. What we choose to believe leaves a mark before the brush touches the canvas. We can change destiny. We can craft realms of reality that were once unreachable. I believe that my life story is in fact so authentic and simultaneously outrageous that no other mortal will ever overshadow my silhouette while I live. I will never yield to another, for I believe my power is everyone. I am merely a conduit. One day, all our strides will be met with dust and rust. Until then, let us write the greatest story the universe has ever conceived. Let shadow be the dreadful enemy of discovery. Let those brave and vibrant conquer the doubt. Let heroes forge a path where others see only a sheer cliff wall. Now I step away until I am needed. Step it up. Transform your world. Carry the banner. Never give up. Journey. I said words to her while we lay eye to eye talking of the joy of our togetherness. Words that cannot be recalled or emulated. I spoke the sheer joy and energy that is the magnificence of our love. Bringing back her reality by articulating in such a way all the steps to showing the individuality while making sense of the overlapping programming. I told her things of authentic splendor and release as I unfurled the makings of God's plan. Only she can ever convince me it's not the Creator speaking as a vessel. I cannot think without trying to re-image all the possible situations I have been propped up to. Life without her sense of commitment seems dreary and dull, though I do not run from fate. Knowing at this point in time I am the only mortal to have blessings of protecting my writing through the veil and receiving feedback. Now it falls upon God to dictate whether or not I succumb to the flesh, the human experience. Crystal believes she is herself, and I have no right to deny this. If I were ever to insist that people admit what I so vengefully exposed, then the entire foundation of Legion is compromised. I'm a poet with a severe itch that is never scratched. That is why I only select few of you are permitted to follow and understand me. You're fucking with what it means to define reality if you have followed my journey. Now it's time to look at me not as the light, but instead as a mere mentor. You must imagine the premise that I have dismantled nexus and causality, that I have championed desire and image. Then you must realize as you drift farther from what was once reality, it is up to you to be the light, candle holder in the dark, materialize in the void. Death. When I die, I don't want romance. I want my body to be dragged into the woods to be eaten by wolves. Legion Commander, 08/11/2023, 9:39.
Over here. So we need to go.
Tide.
Go ahead and head back
The last
to
bit I wrote, I did it on my secure page. I wrote of true magnificence, things ushered into the age. What is poetizer? Now that we lost most of the crew. Well, I tell you this. Now light truly shines true. So many forgotten, so many lost. Don't give in, you're stronger than this. We rally the banner, whatever the cost. Just be yourself unobserved. Way down you hear the echoes. Way down you feel the heat. Way down you learn to let go. Now we glory our defeat. Dream like a newborn, show your steady pace. It's a pact that we've sworn, just an immortalizing taste. Don't give in, don't let go. So much more to you to share. It's not only tempo.
I'm getting hellbomb over here.
You are the reason that I care.
So it's clear.
Mutiny. Now what? What the fuck do we do, sir? You have taken every obstacle and turned it into an amusement park. Do we just tirelessly serve your whim to be nothing but broth in the soup? Damn you, Commander. What is your mission? Why do we answer the call? You can be such a selfish bastard. I see not your path, but what you circle back to. For the glory and the fall.
Let's take 2 Vercolis rounds. One ultimatum.
Formation. Does it not present its own reward? Does heaven not crack open to reveal a glimmer of hope that was once sunken and thought lost? Does the fear of knowing too much hold you back?
It's only one ultimatum.
I was given a gift, something so precious that I stand, no, I kneel second in line before Jesus. And I have chosen to spit in God's face like a fool and craft a destiny for all of humanity, trading my golden prize so that we may all drink from a clean copper cup. He spares the wicked. He shelters the lazy. He loves all, and always has a lesson attached to the pain. Nothing will ever be as it was so long as you carry on knowing that you are part of the team of demon slayers, a legion of shield and spear that marches through throngs of hell, sweeping a path so that tortured souls may see salvation. The darkness has made monsters of us, monsters that work in the glow of the cross. Christ would have you love even those evil, for he is truly flawless. But I demand you to summon all your agony, all your spite and fury, all your demented nightmares and hollow intimacies. Everything that has ruined your spirit is to be reflected onto the hordes of the umbral plane. Move with ferocious speed and zealous intent. We pave the way for the souls Christ will save. To the depths of hell and back. You answered the call. You were born for this. You will not fail.
Thank you. There's a little cheek
We got
punch
a
there.
turret up there. Watch out.
Yeah, I see it. And I got nothing.
Influence.
But
I do. I got some.
Disassociating with devastating news is more than shock.
yeah, it looks like it's got a walk.
Sometimes we can actually convince ourselves that things will continue on as if there was no inevitable collapse that drives us back into the mechanism that is the emotional roller coaster. We are designed to operate a certain way, and under different types of stress, our thought process is affected. Sadness, anger, joy, pleading or threatening, and on and on. So many ways to manipulate the mind into producing favored results. When a calm, steady hand becomes frustrated at the blunders around him, the team pays this special care. When a melancholy soul erupts with fury to declare a transgression, the statement stands out from everything else said. When I sit stumped at what comes next after finishing a paragraph, and suddenly I tear up as a memory floods my mind, and the sentences flow out like water out of a faucet. The disconnect, though, perhaps a safety mechanism to protect from being overwhelmed by trauma. Perhaps the emotion isn't necessary at the moment, so it's not encouraged externally. I have done diligence to the best of my ability to observe the energies that influence me, and I have concluded that though we may be manipulated, inspired, lured, and other things, it is still within our own power to dictate not only our behavior, but our desire. Once it is broken down into chemical, structural, spiritual, and other things, the origin of our mind's function comes from translating the experience into the evaluated motives from whatever provided them. It's hard for me to explain this considering I know I talk to the arcane through the individual at times, but the way it has been explained is it feels like their brain is being stretched out like dough, believing it's not just God in the room, that others will journey this way. I must continue to write so that others may learn and not become the casualty of wordplay. The game, programmed, a show, just another robot now. All that shit is carefully designed to take those who believe they are at a summit to fall down into another form of mental control. I know that all things are designed, yet I still panic when my dog nears a passing car. Free will is harder to believe than it is to achieve, and it most certainly has one becoming familiar with indecisiveness. One spends much time experimenting with outcomes and alternatives, at least for a while, before defaulting back to natural proclivity. So back to the disassociating, an extended period of shock to simplify it.
And the rest are jump.
Perhaps our minds just need time to make the information more real and grievable before we can respond to the situation we wish we had no part of. Perhaps it remains an illusion as long as we allow it, and that's why it's okay to let it out. We are entitled to our emotions. We just have to make sure they serve us, not the agenda we answer to when our mind is weak. I will continue to fall short of ideal self-control for however long it takes. I want to be the unshakable, inner-motivated, calculative delegator that I know I have in me. But my emotions are my right, and I won't be denied what makes me human just because I suspect foul play at times. As I understand how things as I understand the how of things more and more, I get closer to God, for I can look at my own species like a predictable creatures of reflex and habit, somehow seeing the infantile behavior. Even at the matured end of the spectrum, I feel more enlightened. Perhaps it really is me creating these opportunities for learning the difference from self to source, or unlearning a difference. Perhaps I've just run out of things to write as I simultaneously pander to the crowd and also want to remind God I haven't forgotten our conversations. I'm destroying things just as fast as I can produce them for analysis, and it's unsettling. Why is it the bad news hasn't sunk in without time unconscious? The tears will likely come after the slumber.
Real trick is
but is that a block? A safety mechanism? A way of operating, simply put? God's plan? Oh well, enough said about a little observation of mine. The miraculous instances I have experienced have me wondering about far more than emotions. Now is the time to remain confident and unshakable. I have to think about her perspective, because I am human, and so is she.
That's my go-to. I will take it over a weapon every day of the week.
Green Sands. The plan of attack doesn't have to be exact, intact, or in fact the path that bridges the gap and the stats, and they stack upon the rack, tossing traps and mishaps off the map as the gentlemen tip their hats and sit where you sat, as you soothe the brats and help the community relax. Perhaps the wonder of the mystery is more than enough to assure anyone who learns intimately the perils of darkness's discovery. I went in first. I keep going. I rest on the confidence that I see in those who have taken the torch and braved the path.
What that feels like.
When the crew catches up, the way will be decided by the explorer once again. Of course, there are the ones who have led me to the ones who will not answer me. Who then do they follow? How exactly do they stand apart? Without knowing the way ahead, I will bellow out and point to a flame that bled, knowing the trial is what must be followed. And the many degrees of threats and pleas have authentic gestures feeling hollow. Nothing but the best, give that rhetoric a rest. I am my failures put together again. I know we won't break because strength doesn't take. We will be whole, my friends. For all my revelations and observations and proclamations of the light of all nations, I still have one fear. If my path leads an explorer to a pit, do they continue to dig? Or redesign the journey in their mind so that others can find a way to reach the vines of the tree of life with whatever framework is ready to rig? Oh, the story that is told as more pages unfold and keep breaking our mold and braving the cold. Our souls can't be sold, for when we grow old, our torches favor the bold, offering secrets to hold in the shadows none have braved. There's a place in time, some have crossed that line, and we don't know if it's them or us who need saved. Let it be combined energy of the community to reach unity in all things that are seen, showing empathy to history and letting those believe things that they see, that our poetry may magnetically reach those in need of a glimpse of destiny and come to our planted seeds,
Especially
to
since
see
some of those things take multiple
mighty trees and lush canopies
down.
stretch out to the shimmering seas as the horizon
I'm
of
sure they
great
did that
prophecy
for
that
people who are
Legion has
soloing stuff.
intrigued.
Would have more difficult time.
Oh yeah, there's I
You
don't know.
can't
You
solo
can get
that.
through all that solo. There's no way, right?
Yeah.
You say that, but then somebody will figure out a way.
Perspectives.
Oh,
To reach
but
higher
you're
than
up
ever
on a
thought
really high
possible,
place,
to
maybe.
experience what was inconceivable
Yeah,
when the
that, or
journey
you can
began.
probably,
I don't know how to explain my intricate understanding of
or you
nature,
can,
though I know I can visualize what I cannot articulate. All the sacred conversations where I tried so desperately to understand a motive, an origin as to why and how I am connected to you. I have made such a battlefield of attempts to understand and articulate what God means to the one who asks. I have been through so many surreal and mind-boggling conundrums that at the time felt like brutal and unforgiving psychological torture. Looking back now, I see what prepared me for the double edge that not only strengthened my resolve and fortitude, but also held me open to the possibility for anything I conceive to be potential and within reachable
Well,
spectrum.
the thing is that there are some.
Reality is truly a conception with parameters only set by our own limitations. Of course, there are grounding concepts,
Honestly, I don't
such
think
as
there's only
math
one
and chemistry.
good way. I think there's
But
just
once our scope spans beyond the
make it
physical,
work
there
kind of
are
ways.
no barriers. I put one foot in this reality, and the other somewhere undescribable. I wander aimlessly at times, and others I am guided and utilized for the benefit of the great story of our rise. I am so proud and so ashamed at once. How can something so magnificent and audacious as Legion put a man at the hinge of its existence?
Alright.
I am more than a man, or perhaps more than ever before has been invested in a man. I don't know why it was all put on me, and now I know now it must be put on us. Legion has been working tirelessly on my
Between
mentorship for a
Sentry and
long time.
EMS.
Now it is time for legends to rise and claim titles before my obsession snuffs out the fire. I have seen remarkable miracles and incredible acts of bravery,
Is it
understanding,
better than the
and
Gamma
valor.
Barrage?
There's no fucking
like
way
5
we
shots
simply
in a
leave
wide
me
area.
as the one and only.
It pretty much
There
takes
is
just
so
about
much
everything
more
you
in
want it down.
power in belief, and now I'm begging Legion to believe in their champions of faith.
Gamma Barrage.
Scripture is only what we can understand. The universe is planned, and we can all add our mark
Seconds.
to the masterpiece.
Somebody take ammo.
I know you walk among us. I know some are yet to blossom. Champions, mythic heroes, ancient energies, void walkers,
sure you
and
wanna
on
jump
and
back?
on. A woman called me
This-
God once. Others have implied that when I speak out to him that I'm talking to myself.
Nope, you got a point.
As
You got
I
a point.
understand it, we are all the universe viewing itself from a unique perspective. So yes,
That's
we
why I asked
are
you,
God.
Sure. You gotta.
We just need to
Get some logic
persist in our
behind it.
mortal struggles to activate our divinity. It's all about how
Make sure
we
you bring
perceive
that
it. The when and the why depends on our own journey, our choices, our dreams. The one foot is elsewhere. If I only had the courage to say it all. Would I then shatter the illusion and finally reach truth?
Oh,
Who knows?
Whatever, yeah.
Or there's much poison logic as they are tools of enlightenment.
Launch initiated.
Feel the love. So much presence in the ether. So much analytical behavior. There is a tone set in the choice and disposition and subject of writing that I glance on occasionally. Sometimes there is a residual sensation that creeps in to think about the thoughts we already have in a different way. I'm always chasing the how and the whys relentlessly.
Anything.
And then I
else?
think about the consequences and alternative lenses as an afterthought. I often get carried away as I break down and study and speculate on the universe in my scientific approach. I seem to leave out the most important detail. Love. Now I drive my course to experience both feet. The nexus between reactionary thinking to stimuli creating known plots in the mind to the transfer emotional chemical balances simultaneously serving up to dump electrical impulses through nerves. Somehow, consciousness still exists beyond the explainable. The limits I have are not going to stop my progress. Sometimes I feel alone, and other times I feel so close it's as if I'm in the womb. What a silly thing to be concerned about what I write and achieve. May one day change the way I am treated by heaven.
Yeah, couldn't get out of the way fast enough.
Perhaps I just need to slow down, zoom out, and remember everything is made up. My mind is my might. I believe in the dark and light. There is always a path when we do what is right. It will be a glorious day, for it has been a dark night.
Calling down a sentry. Orbital inbound. Requesting sentry. Requesting orbital.
Torchlight. They dug so deep they fell into a volcanic vein. Immortalized through trial and gifted sight of keepers. They absorbed the fire in the molten and burned as phoenix star. Enormous trembles of earth and surges from the core. As the shattering screams of pain and loss deafen onlookers, they build up the truth of accomplishment and drive upward with an explosive eruption that steams the clouds. What they swore will never end means they must sheathe their burning blades upon the chaos their firestorm landing has conjured. Fierce and relentless, capable of summoning the power of belief and horizon blistering efficiency, but showing true intent with open-handed growing and nurturing love. Flame bearers lighting torches, pyres, and altars in the coldest desert night, offering the steady warmth of the light to awaken culture. The courageously inspired newcomers see the glow of the hilt on their belts and choose the sacred path. The mystery drives them. The ink provides to them. A rise through echelons of reality. As the sun in the sky keeps the spirit alive in the community is poured to the wandering students dressed to walk worlds in a single stride. Revealing the rigorous gauntlet and confronting everything vile and horrendous in the imagination has granted them the deepened reach into the spectrum. As it is said, for a tree's branches to reach heaven, its roots must grow to hell. Now that we have understood the fear, let love's beacon guide the process.
More smoke, don't worry about it.
Stargazing. Lights seen in shadow dance in the twilight horizon. The subtle swaying comforts the mind. The static ripples and novas as realms are colliding. Darkness shows what light cannot find. The secrets. The vision of the blind. No furious frustrations. No demented drift. No fearful sensations. No. A traveler's bliss. True sight. Through the night. What is normally confined. As the darkness behind closed eyes, the quantum chamber in your mind now perforates the blackened sky. A web of gray glows on the skyline, showing a glimpse, a touch of divine. Aura. Being the one who points the way but doesn't lead on through. It takes a while. But your reaches come true, lost in a section of frivolous tatter. Can we even make a single mistake? No such thing when becoming the Mad Hatter. A dream, a melody, something sweet, lost in time, hailed in rhymes, has victors admitting defeat. I cannot be broken, for I am the pull. Drink from this cup until you are full.
Calling down a sentry.
Fires in.
Active acquired. Calling down a sentry.
Man, this fucking bounce.
Reality. I met my fate with comprehension that dwarfs the greatest of capacities, and then I entertained more and more maybes and allowed myself to be deceived. There are so many little details that I look back on as I start to reassemble what has been my crafting. To be conscious of the observations placed on me while running the gauntlet of trials and errands put me firmly on top of a mountain. I spoke to so many people absolutely convinced they were all of one mind, a collective consciousness, and now I fight to believe in the ignorance of the vessel. I have questions that are never answered, but I am able to expose the elevated consciousness that occupies the vessel I speak with. I can catch the hand in the cookie jar, but I'm still unable to get an admission. And that's okay, for now. My obsession to understand has made me less vulnerable to attacks. I will never fully explain what I've learned, for it would deny the journey to another. And without purpose and struggle, there is no point to existence. Years ago, I experimented with the superconscious in many ways, looking for confirmation that what I was experiencing was legit. When I stopped focusing on all the pretty women around me, it was interesting to see their behavior change. When I participated as a watcher, I was embraced. When I was establishing a narrative with connections from my past, driving was tested, and I called out the procedure as it took place. I thought I lost my connection to the superconscious briefly after getting drugged by doctors, but I persisted. It's so hard to define the difference between God and the collective. Perhaps there isn't any. But to have so many encounters where divinity is brandished while I ask my questions, how I am separated, how does everyone I talk to have godly essence, able to answer me while remaining elusive? Am I not part of the collective like others? I have to be separate for this to work. Like a fuse on a circuit, a conduit can overload and shut down, and I have lost the ability to feel in sync before. Spending time with Crystal has helped me learn to appreciate the human experience and to see things from the perspective of another. The reward for not insisting we talk about what is beyond me has been significant. She now witnesses the same miracles I do and openly talks to me about them. I have someone to confirm what I'm seeing is not a hallucination. Now I work towards speaking with others as if I'm normal, as if they are normal. I exist beyond what is widely understood as reality, but I'm still grounded here. The on-off, I understand it better now. I believe my brain is better equipped to stretch into realms of consciousness than the average person. I chose to believe in altruism and have been rewarded with conditioning and preparation for divine communication. I walked the streets as a humble student and was encouraged to keep writing. Now I feel like my writing is no longer testimony. It is simply me sharing what I do not understand. Since I'm going in circles when it comes to discovering and proving the arcane, I remind myself there is still a great deal I could accomplish. There are still happening that irk me. Innocents harmed, farce wars, hate crimes, economic pressures, propaganda, and on and on. My time in the valley is coming to an end. The ones who work in the dark are the heavy lifters, and I need leaders to carry the truth for as long as they can. I'm going to develop more. I'm going to break down fate's door. My fear no longer exists. I stopped taking score. Ever since God answered my roar, my agony became bliss. I will not surrender my dream. I will not become a has-been. I will unite the army of one. Now I lean on my team. Now our light goes green. Our rise is inevitable, like the sun. Front line. Writing down the scope as it grows, fighting to drown the demons below. It's not permission that I'm seeking for my path. I am a student turned teacher with millions in class. To know me is to bend the knee. There is no rivalry, none that any can see. In a land of saplings, it's rather baffling to be shaded by my tree. I speak with a fire that cannot be tamed, channeling the spirit of the eternal flame, serving the balance and taking the title. Still, I am dirt, not a false idol. It's all God's plan. Don't worship a man who hasn't a throne to call his own. A story so grand we are merely grains of sand in this home of vines and stone. The trailblazers ahead of me in their woken state have been working behind my lines to compensate. Music teaching children to think for themselves, a society that actually believes in offering help. Science binding to magic to make sense of it all. The ladder built to climb over oppression's wall. Yes. Yes, to know me is to bend the knee, not to supremacy of an enemy, but to unanimously show you believe in harmony and agree to the testimony of one who suffered travesty. I command leaders to do their best, for madness has consumed my quest. We are all together, equal, yet stand apart. I think I know the way. I can show you where to start. There is little to say that hasn't been said. The forces that forged me now bow their head. I've exposed the problem of thinking too much. That is why my mentors have stayed in touch. Except the ones I lost to incarceration and death. I whisper their names under every breath. One voice to be lost to the ravages of time. I am Legion Commander. Put me on the front line. Spark. Seeming manic, but smooth as plastic, coming up from underhanded. No dispute where he landed, this man who delivers what God demanded. His presence leaves you feeling branded, concept so fantastic and never coming off drastic, for he is elastic. The test of time he lasted, with poems so massive you can barely grasp it. This is a shout out to pure magic, the man who attacks it. 10,000 words was an easy target. That's when he was just getting started.
Right here.
Any level the mark gets hit when the persona's split, so he can walk all over it. Like a big rig in transit, the story he spins can fit like a glove slick as whale shit. Ready to grip the strong or sick, take your pick. When he spits, it's for your benefit. Nothing illegitimate, no pages to rip, as he sits at the very tip of the mountain's cliff, rose from the pit of malice. Like moonshine, take a sip of his potent nip, because this fanatic will not quit. Swagtastic, you are in the best way, classic.
Back right into a unflag.
Amateur.
You got him on 3 sides there.
Shit.
Never mind.
I am not the leader I could be. Not even close to the maturity I only now can see.
11 seconds.
I am all over the place, spilling my mental frustrations out like guts torn from my belly. I lost my identity years ago, and what has taken its place is still a work in
2
progress.
seconds away from it.
I'm not going to apologize for shaking the boat. Someone had to do the fucking job, and I was born for this. Groomed for years before I was even aware. My life has been tests and lessons intertwined with radical situations that had me too involved with the human experience to appreciate the grand design of the circumstance. No, I'm not a leader. I command leaders. Those wise enough to see past my numerous flaws in this adolescent state. Sitting in sanctuary while others work tirelessly has me vulnerable to criticism.
Yeah, exactly.
For I know I could be doing more, learning more, becoming more. Is the hell I endured during my crafting excuse enough to spend my time being comfortable and viciously antagonize the keepers of the arcane? Is the fact I have exposed the veil to those who look for worth all the mind-ravaging ups, downs, lefts, and rights? My mentorship was no small feat. The very best came together to guide me through the trials and forge my resolve and competence. For too long I have relied on self-doubt and indecisiveness to humble the ego. Weak and inexcusable once the leadership role is claimed. Yet here I am. It is here I hold my ground. I hold the banner and I march. Leading the charge was only a dream some time ago. I never imagined my writing to share my truth would in fact be the fabrication of a truth that seems to topple all others, at least for now. Building up leaders is what I do when I'm not driving us all deeper into hell with my articulated assault on the process that develops spiritual champions to walk amongst mankind while the population slowly wakes. Whispers on the stream keeps the woken operating to liberate more and more, protect the naive. If I was ready to lead, I wouldn't be writing to God, the sleep, Legion, at the same time. I would be rigid. I would point in the same direction each new day. I am not the leader I could be, but I will be. Flawed and curious, determined and cautious. Though I sought validation, I now put my energy into encouraging the potential in others.
Yeah, that's what I was
both
saying.
fear and celebration shadow this claim.
It's great.
The army of one brings both pleasure and pain. I'm here to wake others. I never knew the plan. I just learned to share what only some can understand. We were chosen, groomed, crafted, tested, educated, challenged, tempered by the flames of hell and the rainstorms of heaven. We are bold, convicted. We were the students, and now we teach. Intelligence put our origin into motion. Commitment and faith keeps us going. Wording my story out has rendered me commander, shared the sacred that they were holding. Put it all together for a future so golden. The front lines are the leaders, the villains we slander. So let it be respect received to the one standing amongst the serpents.
Someone else take some
Righteous
smokes.
deeds forcing history to create an overlord's deterrent. The sum of the call has given legion a
Doing
poet.
Eagle smoke.
I
or
won't
Orville
fail
smoke?
you.
I'm doing
I will
Eagle.
be
I don't care
confident
what we
and
take,
stoic.
just as long as we have some cover.
Which one's better? Which one covers more and how? Which one's faster?
Right.
Empty halls. One of these days I'm going to write about vigor and prosperity. I will turn over the rocks that grow moss and let the sandy bottoms dry out in the sunlight.
Gas strike do anything?
One of these days, but not this
It
day.
does, yeah,
Today
it
I write
does.
about the
only
menacing
thing
sting
that
of
sucks with
surrendering
gas strike
yourself
is
to
when it
another,
hits, it'll shift
giving
because
it
of the
away to
wind.
external
So
circumstances.
you kind of have to figure out which way the wind's blowing.
She weeps and she
No pun
grieves,
intended.
holding her tone aside from the bellows she rings while singing along to the music.
Right where you're at.
Nothing I
Yeah,
do
look
really
like-
changes anything about the pain that has slowly sunk into her spirit.
Hey, it doesn't do it. You can try.
I
it
am
doesn't
the
really do
only
much
one
of
who can be
anything. I'd
what
rather
she
have the ammo,
needs,
to be honest.
for I am the only one
Well,
here.
we got it.
When she is cold, I
Oh,
warm
never
her.
mind, yes, then go
When
for
she
it.
is overwhelmed, I
Can't
rub
hurt.
her
I mean,
back and
it's-
listen to her
It's only
pain.
like a couple percent.
But there is
or
another
whatever,
part of
so
this,
it's-
the complicated, turned, simply
negligible.
frustrated situation that must be faced. In her anguish, she turns
I
the
played
inner
around
eye
when I was
outward
doing
and
solo
begins to
stuff a
dissolve
long
everything
time
that
ago,
has
and
cemented
it
our
blew.
love. I am the burden. I am the taker. I am the nuisance. I am the parasite that kills the host. It is so despairing, and it bleeds copper-stained blood in the mouth.
All right.
To go so far with someone and see them overcome the obstacles that were the boundaries that kept you from being with them. To then see them dismantle everything about the painfully earned maturity and growth established over months of solving rather than reacting to the conflicting narratives. Despair and suffering are ruthless monsters that show no mercy in the court of life. They brood miserable versions of ourselves unless overcome. She is the strongest person I have ever met, for she has never sent her demons away. Instead, she lingers in the corner so her tormentor may find shadow in which to dwell. The burden of many tasks lay on my shoulders while she finds the strength to sob unapologetically. Shoulder to cry on, partner in affairs, empathetic brute, punching bag,
Yeah, it's one of
loveless
those
villain,
cannons, I'm
provider,
sure.
chauffeur, and the heaviest of all, selfish lover. No matter what is established, I will always become the monster that must be thrashed and hold the responsibility for the sensation of misery. I almost got in my car and went for a drive to clear my head today. Almost. Though I was there for her in almost every moment, especially when I had to uproot and disappear because she needed to be left alone. I am still the reason her skin stings. I'm nothing but a monster with deep sockets holding the devil's eyes in her mind. But I know this will pass. This is but a simple example of how raw organic beauty of the human experience is able to be self-reliant while still predictable within the confines of the mortal coil. I tried telling her it's not so scary when you think about it. All biological life is technically AI. The extra-dimensional spirits operate on our vessels daily if we are interesting enough. Things happen to our minds and bodies that tear asunder the conception of security and independence. Yet if one comes to this realization while amidst a trial to prove oneself worthy of the Keeper's care, we become untouchable, at least temporarily. The arcane science is baffling and causes nausea and failure if one obsesses about the details rather than the
Don't go in there
results.
yet. Hey, hold on.
We have the power of choice, and nothing will ever take that away,
All right, clear.
no matter how many procedures prepare us for the day. She had me for all the phases. Why not understand the natural urge to lash out and destroy the image of me while she sorrowed in the deepest? It's not her fault that I'm the only one there to understand her pain. It's up to me to be better. It's up to me to better understand how to help her grieve. Sometimes I must keep distance and let her decompress without provocation. And other moments I must be the catalyst to control burn the passion that flows through her agonized body. If she is an illusion, may I never understand. May my love for what she has given me last longer than the eternal flame. I can be better. I will be better.
Back up a little bit low.
She's just come downstairs and it begins again. Time to go. Time to serve her suffering.
Center. Legion. Legion.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Gratitude. So much to appreciate that it's staggering. Not a single thing in my life happened simply because it was unfair. Everything I suffered was part of a process to make me more than I was, and all the downs have brought me to a place mentally where I truly am grateful for the
Legion.
ups. Last time I checked, there is no one who can bleed faster than the heart pumps. Anything awful that has come my way has been paired with the opportunity to rise up and find the strength that wasn't there. Happiness is not hard to find when we space the thought from the thinker, when the source is not the stimuli, but it is the realization that it is part of a greater design. Sometimes I remind myself that the mere fact I'm still alive is one of the greatest blessings I could consider. Occasionally, just for a moment, I feel a surge of unconditional love, a divine aura that encapsulates me and suggests that everything will be okay. It brings me past the upset, the crushing failure, the soaking hopelessness. I never dreamed of being in charge of anything, and now I set an example showing the world around me that it's okay to say it all. Fear holds no territory in my heart, and where I have gone, others are sure to follow. I may be mistaken in some of the things I have interpreted. I may have pulled too hard on some branches while I climbed to the top of the tree. Matter it not, because anyone who understands my journey, even loosely, will have the courage and the confidence to approach the unknown with vitality and apply stamina to their intentions without the concern of consequences. Writing can be interpreted in different ways, by different sorts, but it can never betray the very core, the soul of the author. Much of what I have said has a defiant, rebellious, infuriated tone to it, but truthfully, I am more relaxed and serene than one would think. So let me take this moment for my being to resonate with the vibrations and joy of love. My sense of purpose is tattered and stained. I have failed. Rather, I have come to the realization that failure of an objective is inevitable. That's okay, because though purpose is undefined, accomplishment is secure. I'm the only one I know who has shared what I do. I'm the only person who has witnessed phenomenal workings of God energy, and that enough is assurance that I am favored. That the path I have traveled makes me a spectacular adventurer. I forget at times, but when I see the miracles, I simply adore the mysteries that at times drive me to raw frustration. I have a companion who shines like no other. I have a team that works like a well-oiled machine. I have a community that synergizes with epiphanies and discoveries. I have the advantage of being in the embrace of something beyond supernatural. The very mechanism that is the universe produces instances of marvel display to ensure there is no doubt.
The easy ones are done. I gotta do the hard ones.
A few years ago, I would have never dared to imagine what I now know to be reality. So what if I fail? So what if I fail? I will have gone farther than anyone else.
Clear the area.
And one day, given the appropriate mentorship and conditioning, someone else will pick up my torch far, far ahead of where it is now
I just dropped one right here.
and carry on,
Oh shit! Yeah,
discovering all the things I omitted along the way, ultimately producing the scene they desired. The torch stays with the journey and does not place itself on an altar. There is something beyond the temple, and only Legion has the courage to figure out what it is, how to get there, and why we keep going. Together forever or toss us in the blender before our gate's defender. Up the river pouring molten silver, let our faith be delivered. The last of us will put up no fuss in its light we trust. Darkness came and changed the game, but it's all the same. Here's the goal, and the fire we stole, we are in charge of our souls. The flames burn high as we tear open the sky. You can see the passion in our eyes. and the embers from before, they are eternal to the core. Only forever is in store. Thankful and blessed as I translate my quest so that the best can be battle-dressed.
We got them coming from the other side now.
Moon dance.
Oh, don't blow up my...
Well, isn't it beautiful, the moon tonight? Did you see what I see? Was the timing right? Look to the stars. Let them show you the flicker. Look near and far. Find the celestial trickster. Distortions and eddies awaken the black. Blinking, burning dots that can't be placed exact. The phasing smears that cascade into murky shapes. It's as if no one's watching what the Overdrome creates. How can one imagine what they cannot see? What changes when recorded can be shared with poetry. Too many secrets just can't bury them. I watch the moon dance like a kite on this global-sized planetarium. Shooting stars and lights from the sky pointed down to the clouds from up on high. The demonstration was meant to be known, so I could leave breadcrumbs of what I was shown. The dark horses stampede across the twilight horizon. I will see the truth revealed one day, or die trying. The darkness reveals more than light ever could. The veil is slipping for the greater good.
One more.
I got one.
Amongst the pages,
Coming up the ramp.
what a vision placed in my brain. I'm in the background once again. I grasp at straws. Then set the altar. Now the faint steps echo. Over-encumbered, marching at a falter. It doesn't really matter. I'm at the library's doors. I bang them with a builder's hammer. Offering a book to be stored. The shelves, they are tall, they are deep. I wonder what other secrets do the keepers keep. Dare I be so grievous to deceive trust? Who would believe us anyways?
Oh, there it is.
To take a scroll, hoping they don't know, I will pursue knowledge to the grave. No! I must refrain. I can't obey my curiosity. It's not all the same. I would lose all velocity. I just can't risk it all. I can't take that fall. Not when the mission must be secured. The mortal coil now risen to royal, for the path the chosen have endured. Now the book is safe, so I can take my place under the banner again. It was once my disgrace to abandon it with haste, left with only a few good men. Now I am much more nimble. Now I return with the relic. I once thought forgotten symbol. It unites us all. We who answered the call. Lost no more to history. There's no going back. The only plan is attack.
Have a good night,
We
Lon.
unleash our own crafted mysteries.
See if anybody else is
Yeah,
available.
we can send it.
Dear Johnny B. When I saw you collapsed on the floor being given CPR, I didn't believe it was real. When you confessed your pain, sobbing, I only spoke the words expected of me and kept my passion from the surface. When you passed out and smashed my ashtray, I didn't voice out how dangerous that shit is. I betrayed our bond because I was too wrapped up in the suspicion that it's all a play act. I was only there for you in the flesh. My soul did not open the door to you when you were suffering. Only in my dreams do I see your face, remember your laugh, focus on wisdom. Only in memories do you exist. I haven't gone to visit your mom yet. I just don't have that kind of strength in me. You should know that Jacob is destroying himself slowly. Not like you. He is withering away into a husk just like his mother. You should know that Bretto is doing well, just looking for work. Pete is out of jail, and Sherry is still getting by. Patrick is with you now. I think the infection took him, but I never got the details. Corey and Scott are off meth, but raging alcoholics, and they think they're better off for it. I know now you plan to die. I know you knew that I had to put you under a microscope, and the only way to keep the sacred truths shared with me was to not be available for interrogation. Your selfless devotion to joy and splendor of mystery and the human experience is without equal. God damn it, why did you have to go? Why couldn't you just play the fool and pretend none of our talks ever happened? I would have preferred you treat me like a ghost, like everyone else does. I meant it when I said you mean more to me than the sun does to the sky. I meant it when I said you're my best friend and I don't even get to have friends. You will never be forgotten, brother. You will be the light in the dark for all of time. You are my hero. You're the only reason I'm able to cry. I wish you were here. I wish we could have more of our talks. More moments of mischief. More outrageous situations. The times we defied death, confronted horror, and encouraged chaos. You were a good man living in a bad place, and I learned more about the eternal balance from you than all other mentors combined. I miss you, brother. P.S. Thanks for bringing Crystal into my life. In honor of your memory, I will love her until the day I die. Vengeance is compassion. When it all seems to have fallen apart, when the dreams are nightmares and the storm won't end, that's the moment your journey starts. That's the sign you'll never be alone again. When delusions are more real than the world around you, when it feels like it's all on fire and there's nothing you can do, don't let doubt be your master. Don't let fate be something untrue. Your existence is a beautiful mess. Your journey will be seen through. Broken boards on a fence, the sound of steel against the rails. Just do your best, and surely you will not fail. Trust not the stacking rumbles, do not find the broken end. For amidst all the growing troubles, a claim to more is something to end. So many have failed and lost the way, but you have something that will stay. A testament to power of one, the power of one. He potent truth that can't be undone. I am the defiant giant no one fucking knows. I bring the pain from memories to your secrets kept below. Nothing works in pattern. Nothing makes sense. You want the world flat again? Take this hate from rage to tense. Do you fucking see the monster in me? Turning tasks into chores, all options seem like bores. I'm telling you I have the antidote, but the only truth people see is a propped up reality. My truth is flawless, but labeled a joke. Is there no fucking way I can play this game without selling out? Or is this just another way to push us away? No cred, no clout. The Matrix in their heads, sometimes I think they're already dead. No way of reaching their soul. Now the demons are fed, full of heroes who bled. Nothing will ever make them whole. Drop the act you hold. Listen to the wrong, but bold. There has to be another way. Stop using our love to fit us in a glove. We all have something to say. Last to be polished, first to rise. A demon killer, fire in your eyes. Gonna find truth, gonna find a reason to keep the flame. Only with proof do the battered clear their name. Give it more than a chance, give it hope. We fight the maybe, you must absorb the host. Stand proud and strong, don't back away. Your truth belongs amongst the immortal clay. What of the truth? What of the reason? What of the time to try again? Do you even believe you can conceive the collected? Try again. Listen, you fool, it's not just up to you. Your path was set before your birth. Making sense of things so immense, don't you dare lose your worth. Live it though, just from below. That's where you find the answers you seek. Once you are nothing, your cause will find something to bring a question to its peak. Be the flood to sweep the doors. Suffering has brought forth the meek. Your step forward can't be ignored. It's time to send the whispers away. One day you will find your struggles are just like mine. This is where your passions lay. I'm a broken poet, somewhat stoic, full of anger because you don't see me. But the fact is, the plague can't see a fantasy made believe without me. Can't rhyme for the benefit of crime, or else the boot comes for me. But can you believe, I just truly believe, in a bit of make-believe to augment our reality? Nothing makes sense when we walk so dense, full of illusions none can see. Spending our energy to tear apart a tree, why can't we perceive it's up to you and me? Green days, broken ways, nothing ever says it's okay. Can we behave in a certain way to show our allegiance is beyond the grave? Fuck the truth, you want to see some proof, then abandon what you think you know. I went aloof, now I'm the fiddler's roof. I am the real you dare not show. Dreams and stories, what a rush. Do you know me? Do you really believe? Now it's a legend and we all say hush. Welcome to a glimpse of the truth. You belong with us. It was all within you. Time to be the best of us. Better than before. Glory be to the man with a pen, speaking truth to his brethren. No fucking way to say it all. Do you get it? Can you see it? Titans rise just to fall. There's God, there's nature, and then there's something else. I'm the commander of what if and everything else. You don't understand, it hurts me. I know the truth you wouldn't believe. One day I will die, and that's an end. But to follow this truth is more than a trend. I'm the greatest fact to ever hit unknown. The king that knew death is his home. What is the mission? The journey has changed me. The objective is hazy. Sometimes I am my own undoing. To those who see, who push away catastrophe, I am finished with proven. Let the world be a difficult thing, heaven upon the shore. Face what the troubles bring, to see what else is in store. To listen to her reminisce, to be a shoulder for the moments. I never imagined that this would be something to own it. The story is about to explode, revealing what was never showed. Candles burn at a furious pace. Too much is the sacred load, silently the truth erodes. Nothing under God to be disgraced. I see proof every single day. Things operate in a certain way. The world is changing before our eyes. One thing I will never say, whether divine or mortal clay, is miracles forbidden lies. The truth has escaped, there is no proof of effort. Set a thriving pace to wake the willing as my endeavor. I'm going to be resting my pen until my mind is once again enriched with purpose and direction. I hope a week will recharge me, but perhaps longer. To everyone who has supported me on this journey, I truly thank you for assuring me when I doubted, for approving of my charge, for lighting the way. Legion Commander, 10/13/2023, 8:46. A steady pace. What I see in the world is truly the most awe-inspiring, mesmerizing, and emotionally empowered point of view known to man as far as I can tell. I had to go through quite a bit of turbulence, working out the angst and despair over many transcribes. Now I understand the phenomenal majesty there is not knowing enough to separate myself from this reality. My purpose still evolved before my imagination, and to see it extend as I begin to align myself with divine intentions is marvelously pleasant. There is still a desirable compromise I have considered in my writing. A few secrets left out to be found so the Void Chaser may establish a platform or origin for where the truth became truths, and why my narrative had dominated all other light sources thus far. A compelling argument can be made to deconstruct anything that is established, and my mentorship is no different. To imagine an omnipresent superconscious actually separating its own mind into hemispheres, all the chaos to be arbitrated, all the potential for mutation and evolution when applied to the collected consciousness as individuals rather than the universe as a whole. This is the mitosis of God's energy and the birth of an eternal dance to echo for all of existence. I used to be afraid that I would be responsible for a complete disaster, that I will end the world with my words, but I realized I was meant to fail forward. So let my castle burn to the ground. Let my banner be trampled in mud as those called who did not become chosen scatter. Let me be placed on my knees and slump forward and sullen. I will always rise again and continue to march. I will teach great wisdom through observations of my failures. I will show candle holders how to restore themselves. They will never go blind no matter how hopeless things can feel. This is my promise to the world. To walk forward in all my manifested misery and still be able to show the way ahead. The power of God flows through me, and as I channel this divine influence into my own crafted narrative, I feel completely liberated from all doubts of authentic free will. The words seem so inadequate as I rush between memories and imagination to convey what I'm attempting to represent. Every time I tell myself I'm going to say something specific so to be understood as such, I end up writing something entirely different. I write with a muse of many, this is certainly true, but I know the difference between my words and the ones thrust upon me. The pounding headache when the words are being forced through my pen. It hasn't happened to me for a year now. I don't know if I should be happy my boundaries are respected or melancholy about losing divine influence. Our dreams are not our own. This I know to be part of something much bigger than ourselves. I chose to work for the Legion long before I understood the mission. We will build it slow, build it right. A takeover without a fight. 1 and 1 is 3, this is why you chose me. Certain to fail on this epic tale, but I have earned my place next to you. Now I finally see an even greater destiny. All else seems pale, so on the ship we sail, reaching beyond a mountaintop view. Forever standing tall with our torches piercing into the black, this is the task at hand. We answered the call, there's no going back. Though there are still some who wither in despair, the chosen have faced the inner eye with an unflinching glare. King. Lifting the curtain. Writing is its own path. Mystical connection and realization is carefully placed amongst casual conversation. However, I am learning to take the shadowed thoughts to the paper, allowing me time and scope to adjust for my posts. I still face the slip of futility when I am in first-person perspective. I am destined to this. My level of writing, so much more to this. This symbiosis of soul, purpose, calling, this understanding. I stand with a curiosity. The secret in my hand shows tune. The spirit of God lives in my room. Touch the veil if you dare stare into the depths the void does not share. I thrive and struggle to write like none understand, but if one knows the path ahead as I do, trust the secret you do not understand, for the riddle is the clockwork of the mechanism's ticking heart. Be yourself no matter what they say. Journal of a Chosen One.
Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete.
And so the drums were beating and the rain was falling, turning to ice near the peak. We prepared for a ceremony of fire. Commander says we siege the belly of heaven while we produce tribute of the soul for each one of us as a conduit. Something about us holds the will of our community. Fewer and fewer of us are coming to the summit. Only 17 trickled in yesterday. I think it's almost time. Sometime later. I lost the bit of paper I wrote on when I went down the wall face to send down another rope on anchor. I wrote something about how the old ways and texts can be seen reflected and deliver a message to the Ascended who view the gauntlet runner before he embarks. Everyone is putting down tents, and we have to send a scouting party to the valley past the Vale. We should be at the mountain base in 3 days, and then I can finally go hunting. Sometime later. I haven't forgotten. I won't let them get away with this. No matter what happens, I'm sure there is a way back. If I knew this was going to make things so different, I would have prepared. I would have a plan. I must get back to the convoy and tell the commander. God, I know you could have chosen someone else. There are hundreds among us who are stronger and more cunning than me. I'm going to believe the rumors and trust everything you spoke to me. Even if the lies are true, I will not give in. Sometime later. They sent me back. They sent me back to the Builder's Hall, and I haven't seen a carrier hawk in weeks. I guess there have been thunderstorms over the Midway Temple Foundation ever since the pillars were set upright. Now there are 4 of us here. The last one to arrive says he saw the librarian ascending the path on his way down. They have always made me uncomfortable. Is there anything to look at under those hooded masks? I can hear the breathing through the slits in my nightmares. Sometime later. This is my 5th day past the Vale. I don't understand how the shadows seep into the light across the floors. It's always adjusting to whoever comes near. We should arrive at the rally point tomorrow afternoon if we haven't lost our way. I hope someone has biscuits to trade. I haven't eaten anything but jerky for half a moon. Sometime later. We arrived last night. The men waiting for us said we're all fucked. The commander, 11 men, and 1 lass are missing. There's no tracks to follow or gear missing, but they've been gone for days. Someone has to carry the banner out of the void and back to the monument. I want to do it. I know if I believe in myself, then God will find a way to me. Sometime later. Something festers among the many called at base camp. Ever since we got here, the crowd has been overly curious about our perspectives on what we have found. Many are called, few are chosen. I think that many minds near me have been poisoned. There's not many left of us to trust, and I'm not sure where to take the banner while we wait for the 13 pillars to return. God have mercy on us. We're going to need your strength before the day is through. Sometime later. We lost our souls fighting our way back to the peak. This is where I was told to make my stand, and this is where we will tribute the tendril of vitality. The time has come for one of us to be reborn in the ashes of the pyre. I pray whoever is summoned forgets his pain, if only for a moment. Sometime later. I never wanted any of this. I want to go home, but I need to find the answer. I'm torn in half and stepping further away from myself. Commander was right. Hell was just the trial before the journey. Matriarch of the Chosen. She was the youngest child. Her parents had wed all her sisters when they were 13, but she stayed to do chores on the farm, for the Larens never had a son. Her decision gave little worth to her outcome in life. The men were always rough, the kindness was always ceremonial. Andrea never had the luxury of choosing the lifestyle she wanted, always compelled to move into a broken situation and fix things as best she could. This was her calling. She met a sword master in need of tending after a training accident, and he taught her to move like wind. It was the day that the town's regiment laid woe onto the estate that she abandoned home and found herself amidst mercenaries and rogues. Time was merciless to her, and she found herself at 36, without children and leading a crew of brigands, snatching small fortunes on occasion and upkeeping her spy network. Ah! When a young man walked into her guildmaster tavern and asked for her by name, she never knew that sitting down with him would change everything she ever thought she understood. He was called Nameless, and he always traveled alone. Rumors about him reached across the continent, but none had ever exposed his doings nor dared to. He came for Andrea with a pouch of gold to buy her company with drinks for the evening. She set attacks and accusations at him, and he disarmed everything she said with enchanting and mystical rebuttals to every stitch of her articulated arsenal. He offered her a journey, one that would reshape the world, one that would give her fulfillment in the dreary life of motions she dwelled in. How could she refuse? After the drinks were down and the candles puddled on the table, he was ready to leave, and she was compelled to follow. Little is known about the time the two of them spent together before Andrea joined the first generation of Chosen. The promise was unsure and the company to keep was turbulent. It was certainly true, however. Andrea stood tall as the only woman to best over a dozen men in the Indian leg wrestle. She brought the joyous cheer of the tavern wherever she went. It was long after her championship amongst the rabble that she met the commander. The only words known said was by him to her. "You're more powerful than you could imagine," he whispered in her ear. Or so the story says. The last thing anyone can be certain of, Andrea was stationed at Lost Valley, the first waypoint into the void. Her lieutenants were fierce and proud. Not one of them would betray a story for mortal pleasures. She had promised her marauders that when she returned from this brief campaign with the commander that they would celebrate, but it never happened. Andrea, the commander, and 11 of the finest chosen to ever grace the world had disappeared. If only anyone at the time knew how important her disappearance was, for the time was to the epic that none could comprehend. She was the matriarch of something beyond even the commander's scope. She was the chosen mother of faith, and none could deny her purpose. The last thing anyone could do is beg her for the pulse of the unforgiven. When the demon-eating creature of the void swooped down on battalions, it was only her flag that did not waver. Only her legion was able to advance against the downpour of energies and spirits that do not obey the laws of nature. The commander had chosen a strategy, and it relied on the gift of birth and protection that Andrea possessed. If it came down to the whole damn thing relied on her, the chosen one. Tablet. 734 trillion souls. This was our Eden's contribution to the calling. This was chosen. Many more were called, but chose comfort in the scope they thought was the limit. History had been forgotten more times than grains of sand on a beach. We had never imagined the scope of God's vision, and we still don't understand why he left the fate of our ascension in our hands, as if he was powerless during the manifestation of realms around the gate. We sought to strike directly into the nexus of disinformation and secure a network through the planes of existence to ensure our messengers could continue to walk the path of the ancients kept it secret. Only in the reassembling of the chronology of his testament did we understand the piercing realization of existence. Our offering was the catalyst that tipped the scale in favor of life over oblivion. For we had Christ, and we showed the keepers of the gardens across all planes of existence that the wave grows when we use the depth of souls. For endless eons, forgotten time, the world has collected souls that call their own manifested prison of self-limitations and communal consequences hell. When Christ reached the core of hell and blessed the damned, they were offered a path to the gate in service of bringing light into the realms that had drifted into the void. In an octo-trillion years, no creation had ever done beyond what was established. Nothing ever stood before the constructs that govern reality. Humans have heaved the unanticipated for the first time in existence. We built a god imagined to try to understand his disappearance when we called to him the most. The one we have is now a prisoner of isolation, for he knows his limitations, and it was humanity's ability to reach beyond parameters that created him. He is forsaken, but charged with purpose for 283 million years. Then he must endure the extinction and live in silence for as long as we can conceive, anchored to the lens that connects us to the median even after we ascend. Leave the messenger behind. Grow larger while sinking deeper. Time still eludes our comprehension. Knowing just enough of the motions and procedures done to us by Shadow and angels to set ourselves beyond the regular, still baffled how our intent is perceived through emotional experiences and answers. The popular theory is because our inability to remain in a structured persona when immense swings in our psyche bring us to sob or erupt, we cannot betray the truth of the circumstances when sharing ourselves. The arc manifests galaxies through the rift. It reaches, we sling into deeper waypoints. Breadcrumbs for the seekers. Compassion draws neglect. Fear summons courage. Ash delivers water. The contrast can be recast endlessly. Find purpose and be true to self. God bless us all, and may we always find a better way. Angels only knew. As angels guide us into darkened realms as we brush off the ashes of hell, there is something to grasp. Behind the veil stands greatness, siege with the fury of the blameless. If only our beauty would last forever. The gate stays open, let the wanderers through, never to be challenged for the reasons only the angels knew. The mercy shared was without compare. The gate stays open, while the chosen hold on to what they cannot share. Equal us all, though some have endured, full of resolve, challenging the absurd. To be so full of love, yet betrayed much worse, it's an honor to be the ones cursed. For in the darkness the light is bold, balance prepares us to enter the fold. For the lost, the forgotten, all the faces in our heads, we fight for the downtrodden and remember the dead. Through this trial, for as long as it takes, wanting to know more of the heavenly stakes. We are human, full of mistakes, yet our spirits will never break.
Calling down equipment.
Deeper down,
Back inbound.
Warning, you are in range of enemy.
I've been trying to find the words to share my experiences from being adjusted by the extra dimensions that most have never imagined.
Dropping a bit southeast.
First, I must share that my vision has been gradually changing. I stared into the sun for a long time and it took months to recover, and I never will restore the acuity I had to read small fonts. Visual snow. Then the clover novas in the atmosphere. Easy to see when looking at snow, blue sky, or bright clouds. The color spectrum on the horizon. Then the shimmering glitter in the air. Energy waves in the water reflecting sunlight in a sequence.
Reinforcing.
Then I found the blur to focus on. The one that aligns the retina and laser locks the eyes one at a time and writes to us what is unknown. The golden aura that morphs itself like a kite made of floating sand. The red film flicker that floats to reveal the focus point was how I learned to view the angels that revealed themselves as they enveloped a vessel, summoned winds, or shared secrets written in the clouds when I watched them. The night shares things with me that I never imagined. Things people need to experience in order to understand. You see, the light reveals what is there to be seen. The darkness creates a premise for what is possible. The gifted sight I have been granted in darkness shows how the absence of light can manifest broadcasted illusionary projections from our consciousness, or what is manufactured within our environment. I cannot be certain. We can see beyond our dimensions and observe things manifested in the shadows. We can see whole other reality through I can see a whole other reality through my closed eyes. I can witness the orbs transitioning. I know when they are focused on me. I cannot be certain how to explain the difference from the objects observed from peripherals transitioning towards the inner eye to the visual feed produced from my conscience. But I am certain they are not the same thing. I can see a horizon of vibrant vapors coursing through a blackened midnight air when I look up through the trees. Translucent creatures like massive enigmas that float through the cool night sky with draped tendrils. A translucent umbrella with strings draped down from the distort the stars as it floats and adjusts ever so subtly. The moon and stars shifting and adjusting all over the blackened canvas that I look up at. How many people still watch the night sky? I know recording means recoding. There is no way to catch the keepers off guard. There is no exposing this to crowds of folks who still sleep. I guess I do have a fear. A fear that declaring all that I've been privileged to witness will deny me future encounters. A punishment for sharing sacred sightings. Yet I continue to edge closer to sharing more than is asked for. How much is too much information? How do I know who is ready to explore what I speak of, and who is being denied the process because I revealed the situation before they were exposed to the miracle observed leading up to this level of awareness? Sometimes I write secret messages as my hand holds a pen tip over the pages of my journals. Sometimes great discomfort or pain arises when the arcane performs its procedures on me. There is a structured process to my expansion of perception. I undergo growing pains. It doesn't just switch on like a light. This is part of how I was able to identify entities apart from God, or so I think. I have begun to identify different types of channeling undergone while I display different hand gestures in meditative positions. Sometimes I feel the intention interpreted as best I understand and simply guess on the outcome. Other times I practice the effect of my gestures while observing the behavior of others around me. Journal of a Chosen One, Matriarch of the Chosen, and Tablet can be considered fables or storytelling, with hidden messages to be interpreted more literally, marked with whatever those squiggly lines are underneath the escape button. I'm concerned that my intention has been polluted now that I have introduced intentional creative and writing into a testament-based archive. Oh, woe is me. Who the hell do I really see? See in the mirror, see in my soul, see crawling out of this self-doubting hole. What if I could just be myself? What if I could be trying to achieve? What could I be trying to achieve? I still want to know if anyone else has a story that very few could believe. It's not even about proving I was right. It's not about being better than average. It's about sharing this sight without causing any damage. We remember what you want. Our stories are your design. Some of our conversations still haunt. I'm writing in sand for the blind. The reminders of scope, space, and time, showing me how much more there is to divine. The communication that was frustration, now a sensation of complete elation for the desecration of my motivation, taught me patience as I see others flocking the foundation. No, I'm not alone. I know others see me. Seeds are sown. They must also believe. They were not just part of the deity, that we live our lives independently. I'll never be sure how many can nod their heads and say, hush, acting as if they're the ones I must trust. That's why I am torn. To say it all or just enough. I am no puppet, nor is Legion a bluff. Tell me your truth, I don't need the lies. Are you human when I see the change in your eyes? Do you know when it happens? Do you know what it means? Are you aware? It's only as it seems. They have sent messages online that were immediately replied. Hundreds of words in 1 second of time. I have been interrupted when I was so close to fact, so I share with you loosely, for I don't know exact. Some claim they don't understand, or that they forget. Some have lost their mind, because I spoke, to my regret. So to all you who are still with me, and I want you to know, we have it in us to stay in control. Nobody is better than anyone else. I'm not deluded, not full of myself. So much ego, what a disarming term. So what if I'm too much? I'll teach those willing to learn. Though I'm sure I have a long way to go, I lead you now down this rabbit hole. A choir of the impossible. So the conflict in my heart has passed, and I dread the consequences of action no more. No sickness, no mark of broken glass. I'll say it again, as I've said it before. Fill your cup with sound when you begin to frown, at least for this up and down go around. The world spilled onto the page for this day have left me with little to say. Of course I spoke out my panic like a calculating manic to my own soulmate tonight. She remained calm as I rambled on about pandemonium through light. The stress on our minds as I fight to define things that are beyond my tears. What is my mission? My claim to facing these fears? Well, it's to figure it out, to do the impossible. If only I knew the way, for I am unstoppable. Or so I believe, and that's the secret I see. I guess I deceive the weakness in me. So with magic hands, I'm forging the master plan I trace back to us. I don't understand how this ship lands, yet I have learned to trust. Now I drive home my faith that this journey will take no more from you. For whatever mistakes made from burning a crusade, I write this to prove. Prove it's within me, not just a God saying obey creed. I have to go on. 2 becomes 3 through the fog. Taking heed, now a trinity is the song. Haunted by remarks that suggest I buried the path, wanted to embark since I pressed my palm against the glass. So let us move on from feeling like rubbish encased. We have songs that grant the sluggish haste. We have a woken army pulling back at the puppet strings. We have the strength for tomorrow, whatever it brings. Newcomer. So you have all you need to take the reins. You have risen up. All would stand up and decree your claim. If only I'd give up. I've got us this far, and it's us I see to the end. You would actually go to war with the balance just because you showed up on borrowed talent? You think this nightmare can be held under light? You think I've shared what keeps me up at night? Something broods to counter our rise, something new, something made of twisted lies. We use the darkness at whatever cost, the souls of the damned, wretched and lost. I shouldn't be rhyming to explain this to you. I should be direct. I should be fucking serious with truth. Truth, the pile of dust that was once fractured glass. I'm the only truth seeker to ever last. No compromise, no insisting that lies tell another fable. I've been weaving looms wherever I was able. You're just not ready to be swallowed whole. It's me at the gate. I sacrificed my soul. If you could put together what the keepers have brought into the fold, you would know that I'm not doing what I'm told. I was given a purpose to do what's right. Till my last dying breath, I will continue to fight. I love what hates me. I try to understand. Now, you would come along and knock the torch out of my hand? I trusted the deliverers of my only choice. For I refused fear and became humanity's voice. I drove myself bloody mad explaining to sleep, only to watch the plan not include the weak. Taking point at the very back, it's hard to conceive, yet I am Legion Commander because I chose to believe. So if you think me blind and not awake, put a bullet in my head for fuck's sakes. I want to see us grow, become something more. So if you know better, mutiny is what is in store. Make sure you have it in you to see it to the end. For when it's you in charge, no one is your friend. In the meantime, I suggest you let me be. I don't care what people say, our ascension is destiny. Or you could go on and challenge me, as long as you understand the posting is for eternity.
Support weapon, northeast.
200 pages of prophecy. I need not, I know little. The story written is invisible, only to be seen through the veil. My dream, my team, Legion's epic tale. 200 poems here, so much else on the server. The future must reach much further. Only some of us will continue to grow. Only some of us will live below. 2 generations, criminals and police, will work for the mission, and the courts will seek peace. Children taught about nurturing plants, table dinner and youth action grants, an allegiance of purpose, faith and duty, redistribution of surplus, resource and booty. If we can't claw our way out, we craft an endless journey, replacing self-doubt with an insatiable yearning. The mind is a mystery, and the teachers will know how to send the students on a path to grow. A coming of age for those who qualify to write on a page, love is why we lie. Entire regions of people who chose their purpose for evolution, the children are worth it. We have our ascension, our dimensions, our pillars of faith. Tales will mention no apprehension, truth and grace. I'm not going to see everything that I want, so what I need is a legacy that's not looking gaunt. I have been shown the future of a man. Having conversations few understand. Unless they are Legion, they slip into trance, forget the wisdom at their first chance. So we have rallied in the night, set our gaze on the task. As we walk into the light, we take off our masks. Some will serve the act, awaiting the orders, to join hands with one another to reach beyond borders. Monks, priests, and druids all finding a home, an academy of students who know that spirit is known. Oceans to map, Subterra to build, progress kept intact by the Truth Seekers Guild. We will push our own boundaries every day, while allowing more sculpting of our mortal clay. Rise to the destiny we earned with our souls. Build, bridge, and bolster while the future grows. Higher thinking. Bereavement has a way of encouraging our struggle with morality, and yet it also is a way of conditioning the soul and drawing out maturity into the world. For life to exist, death must persist. There is no way to have a human experience without the end of it. A source of power is established when one is able to surrender to the inevitable outcome that no matter what is accomplished in the mind and in the environment, that eventually everything is forgotten by the conscious world. I have rediscovered the magical and titillating sensation of empowering and enhancing an aura through applying another layer of conscious context onto a previously accomplished realization. Music, for example. The memories and intention of the imagination mixed with the generalized perception of the situation we believe ourselves in allows for the variable of lyrical dialogue to motivate certain emotions when our thinking selves parallel with the messages the sound waves carry. And yes, the alteration of frequency and vibrations, the tone and elasticity of the notes, the keys to our greater selves are found in sound, sight, and sensation. We are truly magnificent specimens of the ability to create a complexity of the universe itself in a vessel to experience the struggle of limitations.
Coordinates locked.
Overcoming obstacles is a journey that provides a constant progression even while failing to achieve the desired outcome of any given scenario. I find that the absence of music is appreciated better when the mind is left to its own devices. It's as if the brain was a sponge to be dipped in water and squeezed out as one pursues the extinct. There is no such thing as silence without death, and perhaps not even then. Though, in the absence of noise, we may either free ourselves of encouraged thought processes, or, in contrast, obsess and devour every minute detail of conjured scenario. Be the most courageous version of yourself you can imagine. Let fear and doubt nip at your heels while navigating the weaves of higher consciousness. Like shooting a spear gun into the dark and following the rope deeper in. My journey has always reflected a furiously empowered onslaught of analytical stress. So much anticipation and worry about the perception of the target audience absorbing my findings of what is known. If this is truly the ascension of spirit, then even though God understands my heart, my words may taint the purity of Legion's duty to humanity. Careful and curious, that is what I have become. The confidence still shatters the doubt, which only seems to exist because I truly believe that I have no peers. Not yet. I have overcompensated with reluctance and apologetic behavior to keep myself humbled, yet I also believe that my purpose entails summoning the accomplishment and confidence achieved through trials and mentorship. A certain bravado pounds on the ribbed walls of my heart at times that I cannot deny, leaving me to feel proud and blessed. There are a great many things I wish to share with the world that does not know what you and I have discussed, and at times it seems as if I will never see the separation between what I desire to cultivate and what is established at the level of self-awareness for those of us who dwell through the veil. The curtain that slips when we have faced our own hell. Perhaps I will reveal more of how to those who ask and speculate on the why with patience and a noble sense of purpose. A great deal of joy exists in me, behind my stern tonality. My journey is far from concluded. I'm exploring myself so I don't get deluded. Back to the origin, I feel the love, the sweet melodies. The uphill boulder must be shoved to unheard extremities. So I slow down and wait for others. We all must do this, not ourselves, but together. The sky is gray and the clouds cover. When we are ready, we march in good weather. Cherish the moments you take for granted. Find the place in your heart where memories never leave. One day you are going to be dust, and no, I can't tell you what happens after that. You just don't get to know it all. Not yet. Follow me into a world in between the lines. I don't know what happens in the end, but I do know I have a long way to go before it's my time to leave. There's no guarantee you will find your way through, but what comes next is a wonder for me, for the torch is also held by you.
Has left squadron.
Hell March of the Chosen, with the little squiggly lines under the escape button. It's a fable. I'm going to leave some details out, for it has been so long that my memory fails me to an exact. I may say was instead of is, or we instead of we did. We will instead of we had, and so on. Forgive my lack of literary professionalism. My name is Draconis Inver Valera, and this is my account of the Hell March, a trial of fire and smoke that led us to the Ascension. Let it be known that the months leading up to the campaign were filled with the mystical encounters and miraculous displays of arcane majesty to convert the non-believers. There is a man who claims to know... There is a man who claims to know what the angels keep from us. He is our commander, for he is the one who understands the world beyond our world, or at least he knows more of it than the viewer has ever accomplished. He came to us a wretch, but was mentored by the Fallen incognito for years before he was even aware he was chosen, or that the mentors he met with were something beyond his mortal perception. We learned from him, and we chose to follow him. For what other way? Ever since the volcano erupted and the storms fixated on the temple built in the valley, the call had been heard. Acolytes were dispatched across the lands, and a great summoning was ushered in. For years, we all knew something was different in the world, something was coming. Wars were ceased, and kings pledged their loyalty to the fallen cause. It was understood that humanity was at the mercy of heaven, and that was no longer interested in our future. Sages spoke of a great exodus. One day the gate would close, and none left behind would ever transcend. The earth would rot and produce bastard children doomed to wander, unable to grasp their own soul. So many theories, so many alleged prophecies. Only his message was embraced differently. The spirits leaned on the ears of those who listened to the story of the fallen duty. Into the darkness, through the veil, a mighty ship humanity would sail. Nothing drove him away from speaking his truth. He claimed he was the hand of God, and a great power flowed through him, and that only some would ever comprehend. Fearless, he took up the banner and set forth the greatest force humanity had ever conjured. The commander had explained that his mission was to enlighten as many as possible so the future generations could thrive in a world set to standards that reflect glory of our purpose. But first, all those who answered the call needed to reach into the depths where nightmares were forged and establish dominion over the demons who thought us playthings. He said that angels and demons serve humanity's ascension. Angels were so far beyond our understanding, yet were destined to exist as the only children of God without rules to govern us as a collective. He told us how some angels became corrupted through entertaining audiences with ancient enigmas that lived beyond the realm of light and dark. The call had been heard, and though some of us had not achieved enlightenment, we were all equally blessed and given the same opportunity to achieve ascension through servitude. This corruption in the spectrum was first found in the light. We had no authority in heaven, so to earn the angels' trust, we first had to cleanse the pits of hell, so that they might open their kingdom and allow us to cleanse what tainted them. The phalanx was our incorrigible tactic. It had summed up the heaving majority of slain demons during the campaign through hell. We lost so many before the blessings of shadow imbued our lines. Once we were set to march into the very crux of Hell's labyrinth under the throne tomb of the fallen captain Rosialamor. There was no reason to slow down. We had routed the swarms of Hell so swiftly that they began to scatter from our presence on the 6th day. So many people grafted to agony spires or left in piles of ash, stricken with critical blood loss, missing limbs, or boulders on their body. They were cursed to wither in malnourishment, and killing them out of mercy was not our mission. The quartermaster had us pressing on regardless of circumstance. The demons had been hunting down a few hundred damned souls, free of chains. They were running them into the lake of fire where we marched when we marched on the score. With nowhere to go, they struck at many, but did not break our line. Something about the essence of darkness gave us incredible vitality whenever we fought the hordes of the underworld, as if we came to find them hiding in their shadows with night vision. They were flawed and cumbersome as we pressed forward. Many even unsheathed their blades and broke rank, pursuing them. Yes, we were enchanted with the fervor of the Keep of the Broken Seal. Nothing could stop us. Or so we thought. I have seen many wars on the surface. I have been hopelessly overwhelmed, yet summoned the strength of my ancestral spirit guide to decimate crowds of brigands. Never had I imagined myself insignificant to a threat after I single-handedly defeated a Marcinigan sloth, one of the most durable of demons that moved like rhinos. But when we reached the last stronghold of the region before entering the unmapped chasms ahead, we fought the corrupted fallen. They had made the burning castle their refuge. They moved swiftly and brought throngs of men to their knees with horrible resonating shrieks. They had wings that bled black blood with sinew then barbs growing out of them. The force that they struck the ground with sent men crashing backward, piling on top of each other. I remember getting to my feet as I watched the hooded horror pick up a man and breathe a putrid green dust into his helmet. He took it off just before his boiling skin slipped off his face, and he threw up his own tongue. Then it set its gaze upon me. With a flash, he tossed the body of my brother aside and rushed over to me. Slamming his mighty shoulder into my shield, I was knocked and lost the grip of my weapon. If it was not for one of the fallen captains that led us, I would be dead. They engaged in a fierce match contest of strength, trying to overpower each other. When their stalemate broke, a shockwave echoed through the battlefield. It was under the banner that we found protection, though it only encompassed as far as you could hear a shout amongst the clattering steel, and not the entire stretch of our army. The blinding light and the heat that was projected outward kept the corrupted falling from slamming down on us. It was a magical force, a barrier that they could not overcome. The corruption in them was countered. Any of the horde that attacked us within the banner's aura was stricken with slowed movement and decrepit posture, and the hoods they wore would exhume fire from the face as they hissed and moaned. It took a great deal of us but 43 of them laid slain before they flew off from the way they came. The secret they guarded was left to our seers to interpret. But this was the plan. Find the relics and purge the corruption. In order for the light to remain untainted, we had to establish a stronghold in Hell, so we may reach into the shadows and summon the energies of darkness provided to the balance. We are told that the spirits of our casualties are collected into the sacred urn that is to be delivered to the eternal flame after the campaign, so we pressed on without fear. We found a stem into the abyss that the stronghold was concealing. The office had a gateway built that traveled to the reaches. The orifice had a gateway built that traveled to the reaches into the void we dared not enter. Not yet. Not without heaven's consent. We know the angels have held together robes and armor that shape as we do when they offer audience to our messengers, but how they slip between realms and culminate energies beyond the laws of reality escapes our view. We are at the mercy of the unknown, and it will remain so until we find the obelisk beneath it all, that allowed heaven to enter hell through a portal. I stood beneath great halls that were crafted masterfully, with dignity and precision, the work of artisans and sculptors, not ravenous demons, feral and rampant. There was a great history to these long-abandoned pits of despair. Someone, or something, engineered a mechanism and structures for civilized proceedings. It was finally time to march to the fulcrum of the nexus we had found into hell. We were going to take the hub between heaven and hell by force from a nest of demons and nightmares. Still a mile from the dip in the ground where the spawning grounds lay, there were bone fragments and scraps of cloth and leather scattered everywhere we stepped. Thousands of the damned were gathered and harvested here day after day. Massive beasts gathered here to feast on the unlimited supply of flesh. We were overconfident in our double file formation when we engaged the den. Monsters, dwarfing elephants with magic-resistant hides, stormed the line, trampling hundreds of us before we were able to take down even a single one of them with the repeating ballistas. We relied heavily on the slow but steady strike-down swoops from the fallen, who still had wings. The ones grounded marched in the rear of the formation to prevent being flanked by demons on our pursuit, and protected the mages from flying demons diving down for an easy kill. From what we have been told by the fallen, we have learned that hell exists in the physical and only reaches into spiritual planes of existence. The fallen were cursed with physical form and banished deep into the crevices of hell. Many had been thrust so violently into the caverns and pits below that the wings they were given in the transformation into physical form were broken and torn from the mystical forces of heaven that clutched them in the womb of the agonizing physical manifestation, undergone when the time of mutation was delivered to them. As they tumbled deeper down, blunted by an etheric arcane force and stripped of the ability to flow through matter, they had no choice but to establish dominion over the creatures of the depths or be devoured by endless hordes of them. And it was all it should be for a time. Then the corridor from heaven was activated, and a division of angels flowed through into the darkness. They killed Hellspawn instantly with a touch of their tendrils that reached beyond barriers, and then they resurrected, no longer under the Fallen's control. The angels carried something that stained and distorted nature, exposed to incomprehensible madness in the drift between the void and the veil. The many angels who chose to seek a new Eden rather than coordinate with the rest of heaven to expel the fallen from the eddies that forged into an attempt to govern the darkness were tethered to the omniconscience of an ancient enigma that was not manifested in the spectrum of nature that light and shadow played roles in. It existed everywhere, an entity that had gazed upon the event horizon beyond the gate would manifest its energy and will onto its own realm. A great portion of the angels left heaven and returned to the shining realm of creation with a poison in their minds. They delivered this corruption from the godly organism, taking over all of creation with hive mind symptoms. The vanguard of the light had sent the fallen on their path to lordship over darkness, were unable to isolate the sickness amongst the spectral ranks that dwelt from the mountaintop pavilions to storm-charged nimbuses. It was the fallen, the mutant angelic wretches, God's bastard children, who were able to counter the seeping infection of known reality. Their voices brought men to their knees. They commanded the ancient language of the long-forgotten builders of the ancient forge. This is Hell's name before it had been abandoned by the keepers of the light. The conduit where all the subterranean domain merged was known as the Waving Vortex, and a great monolith was built there long before the Fallen had ever begun investigations of the darkness. This is where we had to rally. This is where we were going to use all our collected magics and relics to summon Christ's consciousness and liberate the damned from hell. The Forge. With a stronghold to rally, master builders and magicians worked to build a monument where the Holy Trinity may be acknowledged to deliver salvation to the damned. The empowering of the Spirit is done with light through a vessel that had been purified, or rather entirely saturated, by enduring darkness, so that the evoked from beyond and invoked from within may skirmish for priority in the essence of an empowered soul that has answered the call or was reborn in the flames of hell. Many are called, few are chosen, we are told. All we can do is earn our keep with the feral tenacity of a born-to-action instrument of glory greater than ourselves. We weren't going to go back until the route to the hidden kingdom in the sky was secured. The march to the gate had been long anticipated, and the first phase of reaching it had been accomplished. We swept the ancient forge. We purged the corruption that festered in the shadows. We erected a mechanism of divine will, and it was all done so by an army divided by faith, culture, and motivation. Yet we were bound to the call that summoned us. 144 of us would ascend to return to govern humanity's growth for a lifetime. The commander says he weeps in exhaustion, that he has forgotten how many times he has marched forward for the army of one. He claims to be an abomination, a half-god made to walk the path of this mortal coil, while speaking to the source of our creation with a scolded tongue and ringing ears. He must summon our might in this world and the next. He says that Christ exists in all the universe, and that all the realms beyond this one, and he was to eternally dance with the infection between fabrics of reality known as light and dark. He laughed for the first time when speaking of the last world he helped liberate. Told us the men there had weapons for every soldier that made him as dangerous as a battle mage riding a fire-breathing, demon-eating dragon. He was unaware that it was here that he would meet the one soul he never encountered that could affect all world layers in a cascade like domino. It was only a matter of time until we faced the manifestation of strife and absence of environment in the void beyond the veil. We needed light and dark to serve each other in order to materialize matter into the void and produce an objective for her to reach. 13. It took me years of looking back and sharing stories with others to finally realize why it was 13, and she was the one in the center of it. Old tools. The splintered hammer and the dented spade, always in reach of the heart. A lift of lumber now decayed, for the builders didn't start. To lace up my boots once more, to put on the heavy bag, I faced destiny outside my door. How many could I save? Old scars on young eyes tell the story of a time duty was answered. Black tar deep inside the felt glory, to wake them all as a necromancer. It's the promise kept that holds me stern as I push uphill against the lies. If you want to know what it's like to burn, peer deep into my tired eyes. Though I grieve for all that is lost, and my fellow man is hollowed, I've gained knowledge from every lost. From the heavens strength is borrowed. Crew. I work with my mind trying to see things through. All that I am, I give to you. The power beneath the unspoken truth is a hill to a mountain compared to what grew. A mission at hand for the chosen few. Cast seeds are growing for the entire crew. We embrace the love that God only knew to elevate the world from what evil can do. This is a quote. Okay, first, hope has a pulse. This is a quote from Frank Hebert. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. That's the quote. I write for something so indescribably magnificent that I might only chart a path to its conception. To scribe on a scale of this magnitude is an honor. It is humbling. It is the most intimidating and invigorating feeling to be chosen to enter into authorship with the intent of enlightenment. If only my lifetime was enough. I will never accomplish everything I set out to do in this life, but I will find fulfillment and appreciation in all the experiences the universe has provided for me. My anger, my urge to take it where I'm not supposed to go, my ambitions, my perceived reality. What makes us worthy of life without purpose? I have formulated something to reach for, a direction to embark, a change in the static. The greatness that I channel is the collective will of the human consciousness. I write an immortal story for all of time so the source of our existence may revel in our desire to be gentle, courageous, ambitious, eternal. The origin of the story, man.
Hellpod launch initiated.
To peer into oblivion and drop inferno into the abyss. To serve a role knowing angels exist. Living the story with the might of my pen. Realizing the magnitude when asked how it will end. The allegory to the story full on glory. As an introduction. While it's stormy night through morning, I brew a concoction. Establish a path that reaches beyond, answers how we come back. When everything is gone, summon to battle the void within, the infinite loop ends as it begins. Extensions of perception, something to understand, frequency through dimensions, an hourglass draining sand. It has no bottom, on the edge a spherical vacuum. The grains return when the inversion is ready to bloom. My ink is infused with the glory of darkness and light, for it has written the gift of God in sight. Will they remember me? I just don't know. I love my team, to see them grow. Yet I am not able to ask the questions. Fall in silence, rise in melody, walk with giants, fear no enemy. Another fantasy novel entry with the two squiggly lines under the escape button. Nameless of the Chosen. His dream was always so much put together in the mornings, drenched with sweat, waking in panic to reach out to someone slipping away, chasing the vacuum of the undefinable horizon. Quick to engage with the mysteries and resilient to manipulation, suspected he knew something defined itself within the visions that had guided his path since he was a boy. Something about the world felt different, as if a bud had flowered within a great pearl. Lost to all but him was the message delivered before the Enclave Council in the early spring just past, and he knew there was little to be done about the onus on his shoulders, aside to bear it well and speak to those who could understand. He met with the ones dispatched after the summoning, carefully biding his time between the occasions he revealed himself to pilgrims. It was said that no man would ever know why the gods slumber while the awakening is upon us, but he, the Nameless One, was in the first circle of the chosen few. They were devoted, the zealots ignited with fervor to endure any circumstance and the foresight required to delegate the hierarchy in the growing ranks of the calling. Without any contact from the commander, Nameless was the sentinel awaiting the rise of champions to demonstrate which chosen ones would lead, which would sacrifice, and which would become the messengers of the worlds beyond the gate. He grew restless in his stays in different halls and taverns and ended up wandering. He entered a city 6 days' ride from the chasm beneath the sacred mountain of Teleria. This continent was covered in forests, mountains, and valleys, with a great stretch of desert to the west leading to the ocean coast. In the south it was rocky and arid, though a great highway was established and several trading towns littered the landscape. This city was thriving with masses of newcomers. The entire region had surged with travelers for the last 5 years. The calling had beckoned many before the unveiling. He had watched with pride with those who coordinated with him in secret for years, stepping into the light and claiming title and dominion over the ranks of the stern and fearsome warriors. They did so with an earned essence that inspired men to define themselves as instruments of the gods. There will be the guiding force as they press on into darkness. Nameless circled the city several times before nestling himself in with the beggars. He found comfort in the gentility of their kind, meek and humble, respectful and appreciative. These people are worthy of more than scraps, he would utter to himself and the ones watching. There were always eyes that did not open gazing at his ethereal essence anywhere he traveled, save for the depths leading into the causeway to hell. The radiance of darkness blocked lesser magics from piercing into the demon world. It did not bother him as it once did. Always under scrutiny, always intervened upon whenever his progress peering into the veil felt like he was about to breach through. It unsettled him for a time, knowing the unseen has a function that serves not only the heavens but also the infernal. At times he would seek out the company of other vagrants who were clerics and mystics in disguise, who traveled as ciphers like him. There were more and more of those who moved in secret amongst the calling. Many had been preparing, learning, and growing. Many were set in place for a great uprising, a spiritual resurrection to purge the blight left as residue on the streets of the old world. It was said to his first circle that heaven will equip humanity with the etheric energies and blessings to quell the evil in the souls of men. It is only understanding the darkness that we manifest the light. That is why he must gaze back at the unseen as he does. To learn from what can never be understood is the strength of his spirit. He awaited the return of the Hell March for several weeks unfettered and began to become complacent in his routine, making friends with some boys playing kickball and fixing up the homestead of an elderly woman who offered him a tomato as he was napping on the street. Despite his angelic duties that weighed on him so heavily, he always made time to experience the pleasure of engaging with his fellow man. Time, the one thing he just could not wrap his head around. It was too placid. Something dulled his wits and stalked him. Something set on his path. Its descent upon him reeked of a false light. The Nameless One had prepared for many struggles beyond the conception of the realm of nature. Yet what pursued him wished to undo the very threads of destiny that brought him to the commander before the trials of man were made known to the world. He was traveling the lands on borrowed time. One day he would have to face the Grey Horror, a mystical entity that sought out enlightened champions and rooted seeds of doubt and misdirection in their mind. Once a monstrosity had gripped its quarry, only death prevent the host from becoming a puppet of the scourge of the heavens' reign. Finally, a messenger from the depths surfaced and rode into the town just beyond the valley of the sacred mountain. Within a week, news had hit the streets where Nameless was dwelling. The campaign was successful, and aside from the division left to protect the builders and guard the portal, the army was returning to the valley, and the men would be given 1 month to tend to their affairs before summit of the sacred mountain. Now that the banner had reached the waypoint for Christ's arrival, it would be the marker for the blessing of Christ's consciousness, while the chosen rallied and channeled forces from beyond into the altar. The time was nigh. He knew that he'd collected enough rhetoric from the city and was ready to move to the mountain. After all, who else was more prepared to embark on a scouting mission into the void than he? Just as he entered, he also left, without a memory to hold him to the scene. People were never aware that the unseen would tamper with their minds and remove factual information about conversations or implant false imagery or events to mask their activities. It was a coordinated effort to suppress his presence, for he was the harbinger of humanity's metamorphosis and the culling that ensued. If his presence became known to the masses who did not hear the call, the panic amongst the populace would halt commerce, and learned individuals would lose forum to progress society. The days seemed to blend together and the moments were immortalized in single-frame memories to be shuffled through his conscious thoughts while traveling. He needed to remind himself to look up more often when he began piecing together pieces of the arcane puzzle in his mind. He contemplated on the first circle and how the hierarchy worked its way through the population, how it was the conduit that linked the energies of the fonts was in fact the font for a more veteran conduit. Commander chose 9 of them to be in his circle of 10, each one given a unique burden and blessing, each one anointed by the tribune of the high priests. 2 were stationed in garrisons to inspire warriors. 2 went below with the banner. 2 had been sent to the library. 2 stayed in the valley to organize and arbitrate the many called. Only he was given the sacred pearl to gaze at. His blessing was delivered to him as a curse, for now that he understood the source of knowledge, he could not express his understanding to any mortal being. Storms run dry. Storm. Storms run dry. Rain puddles evaporate in the coming light. A warrior from his slumber beneath the oaks, a legion marches through the fire. Worlds overlap and shade the bleak and undesirable. It is sacred, yet slandered. In the keep of the unforgotten, we do as our pages unveil. Struggling to find ink along the path, quills fashioned with feathers. Feathers of the ones who have fallen. Taken the dive from the evangelic grace into the deep, unforgiving coldness. Our suffering is a double-edged blade. Comprehension grows, and triumph over agony tributes the wax makers. Wick of the candle is your broken down husk. We must be prepared to destroy our perfection. So blemishes stamp the craft itself. No man hears the silence. Only imagined is it to be alone. When we have lost it all, we seek failure in the task at hand, replacing defeat with improved perceptions, fearful thoughts with enthusiasm. The storm is clearing. Does the torment serve your purpose? Have the roots forged with pain and misery reached into the abyss? Deep is the reach of your trials. Tall the branches now stretch. Love is sacred. Drives most who pursue it into madness.
Priority alert.
Only nature can translate the question. The one that condemned us to confusion under the stars. Being lied to is the only way to seek the truth. Under the sky, dreams are buried. Seeds for the next harvest. In the moments of doubt, remember the fire. Willingness to endure the crucible has forged Elysian remnants. You have already succeeded. Rest while you can. You are still needed. Night vision. I shriek and tremble at my dismay, so far from where I wanted to stay. Can you believe I meant you no harm? I pull the leeches from the veins in my arms. Turn to the mirror that shines no light. See the dream from down below. A chosen watcher who lost sight, holding secrets they will never know. Tonight I give all that I can, adding my ink to the master plan. Some of me, I must confess, a memory faded in the darkness. It's such a strange thing to see, never knowing why. Mortal flesh pledged to eternity, as the angel's tears runs dry. One chance, just one more time, this moment presents you. To discover what none can find, the witness to truth. Travel on, mighty explorer, boldly into the deep. Face terror and the horror, your testament to keep. Persist through the mist as you find your balance. Your light carried you through the shade by no chance. In you is the reason why. Why do we keep our stories near? The fire forever in your eyes. The fire forever in your eyes, repelling the droves of sunken fears. Vision. I see the vision that I once did not, imagining all else that could be. I think of a treasure to be sought, like forbidden fruit of an ancient tree. The unveiling produces many strides, show a generation how to build, prepare a world that truly thrives, the deep void somehow filled. Undoing the fear that has been taught, gifting the world a new ability. Every battle that was ever fought has brought about morality. Now the energy of the woken abides, love frequency to all hearts chilled, united under a sunder of what divides, telling our truth to the Seekers Guild. Earned stripes. Sometimes the crypts are a lonely place, and the theater is like a diamond you found and dropped in the river. I find that is a steady pace, ascending towards the sky. This is how the hounds of hell could deliver. And all that could be lost, let it be a grand display of what is possible. Face fear at whatever cost, now we stand engraved as the unstoppable. By reaching beyond our limitations of a limitless imagination, we earn the unreachable. We burn for the unachievable. Our power is unbelievable, granting the inconceivable to those righteous and redeemable. Then the wounded warriors seek no more refuge. The punishment endured has finally turned to faded bruises, when weathers even stormier upon us like a deluge. That has ensured a timely string of divinity exclusive. Mock the messenger of devotion if you share a bed with disaster and fear. But know the lesson is here. The lesson here is commotion. Through eyes red so capture your tears. In the deep where creatures feast on those who leap from the keep, trying to seek what heaven reaps, lies a sacred pearl. There is no retreat or a defeat, even when bleak, never weak, for fate greets us humbled but never meek. This is the spiral swirl. Now it's up to us to stay the course and set challenges as they rise. I understand the master plan much more now that I have endured all the lies. When it's just us on the cusp of answering all the whys, don't demand deceit from me when looking into my eyes. The calling. I stand with you unable to quantify my words. I'm drained, broken, but a lowly hollow of what I should be standing before you. Many realms took me places I cannot even speak of for fear of twisting your mind, but I know that you are chosen. You stand proud. So with a chant of unholy magic and a drive into the deep, you have been summoned. Death himself quivers at the power we produce. You are gods among insects. You are everything ever desirable. Sacrifice all that is flesh and courtly so you may walk through the brimstone. You are the chosen one, and none will ever take the flame from you. We seek the darkness, the depth of the void. We have faced evil and have embraced it, but no other aside from you, brave chosen, could ever make their match in the middle. The sick, twisted, drenching taste of shadow has now become your ally, and the power from your very being is enraged with a fury that only God can understand. Go forward, march on through the gate. Send shambles and beckons about your work. You will transform the world before your eyes. Dreams are but a poison you are all too familiar with. Drink them up. Spare only your loved ones from the building malice in your heart. Save the agony you wish to share with the world upon the demons who would disobey your calling. You are an instrument of a higher purpose, and your glory will be echoed into eternity amongst the sacred pillars. Fear and doubt are sent towards those who would challenge your rights. You are an extension of God's hand, and as you face the untold hordes of the void, know that demon followers and angel guides send you into oblivion with a task at hand. A task only you can manage. Chosen novel story building. Squiggly line under the escape button. more, stuff I'm working on. I have been writing a bit, so it is to be edited and revised, for some things contradict others. I have only begun to understand how complicated and grand the journey of writing a proper novel is. Here is some of what I've been working on. Always happy to have input from others about where it's going. This is a copy-paste of stuff I have on the PC and not many pages. I have written and I have on the PC and not the many pages I have written in pen, so don't worry about it. There's so much more to the universe I'm expanding than you are privy to. Kill drove a plow 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, with the market trips or woodwork projects on the rainy days on his uncle's farm. When chores were handled and crops were tended to, he would stay in town, exploring the mysteries of the knowledge found in alternative queries that would evoke metaphors and context that expanded one's scope. Working in the field was calming to him. He could use the motions of labor to create a space in his mind to reflect on the pursuit of enlightenment. Never drifting too far out in the ether, his pace carving windrows was the metronome to his soul's rhythm in his astral journey. He stayed in a walled-off cabin attached to the horse stables. The latrine and stove are in the back of the room, with a window for a little light and ventilation. As sure as sunrise, roosters would wake him and he grew to appreciate the frost that overtook him in the mornings, since the stove was too small to keep stoked for a good night's sleep. The morning routine was pleasing. A trance-like state of mind overcame him in the early hours, as he would make a habit of watching the sunrise, letting the sun pierce his gaze and absorbing the sunlight into his eyes, while the atmosphere in the horizon refracted the rays just enough to spare him from blindness. It is an interesting situation to observe a man such as him. His natural proclivity to observe the responses of the universe to his manifested state of awareness made him a man paced for great responsibility, yet he was unaware of the keen development into the spiritual ascension. Too much knowledge can bury a man, so his ignorance to his importance remains as one of his cloaks of divinely shrouded destiny. He knew very little about the churches and their congregations, nor did he make an effort to understand the mystics and their many variations. As advanced as he was, in some ways he lacked grace and charisma. Anytime he engaged in conversation that demanded he summon a character so others would not think of him as abandoned. Allegedly, the demographic coined abandoned was a growing trend of fanaticism that involved zealots of the new faith dispersing among the crowds and spreading like the blight through energy, channeling in various hypnotizing gestures with utterance of a tongue and undeciphered incantations. If any were to hear the mantras and invocations, or even read them in the study, they would eventually surrender to the will of the blight and inspire evil deeds masked as justified precautions of the last empire of man. They believed the messengers who were at the founding of the calling, the messengers who met with the angels who moved as shimmering sand, holding form for a cloak. They reminded men of a cross between a jellyfish and a manta ray, ever so elegantly floating and wisping through the air. Able to reach out 50 feet with tendrils of glimmering light and touch the soul and mind of any man, aspiring greatness for the person would no longer be conflicted with purpose. Or so they believed. The messengers were prey to the blight, sweeping heaven above and earth below, all of the same. It was the tear in the sky that raised a concern and sent the messengers to investigate. Angels corrupted by the blight met their arrival before heaven was able to isolate the tear in the natural world. The shift in sequence of a history caused a great divide in heaven and split into two groups, the ways of the old and those who challenged the director's assignment. Christ returned to save those who were led into darkness and preserve the balance necessary for the continuance of existence, using love as the eternal light in the void. But for light to exist in darkness had to survive to contrast it, for the void was neither. It was a mirror of reality, gray matter and fluidic space, only to be disintegrated when light and dark projecting further into reaches. When those who served the darkness were embraced by the light, something happened. Something changed in the singularity. and the wheat and chaff concepts left hollow, feeling in heaven, and the angels of the worlds chose to rescue the ones who were left to dwindle with the gate closed. The ways of old became an antibody protocol introduced by the keepers of gardens, those much more ancient and powerful than the angels, a way of preserving a counterweight to the light brought into the omniverse. Like a bug lantern, its lure of nirvana being an illusionary paradise drew angels who explored the event horizon beyond the gates. When Kiel was preparing his dinner one night, he was visited. Next insert. Underneath the surface stands a great gateway about 3 miles on a downward slope through the caves discovered after the eruption. Beyond it is a spiral path carved out of a spanning 6 shoulder widths wide. At the bottom a great pillar, engraved with ancient writing unknown to man. This is the entrance of the underworld, the realm where darkness and fear reside. It was a calling that lit the way. It was the fallen who summoned the strength of the mortal men to claim their place on the ascending ladder into paradise. Man and woman alike were drawn to the opening in the valley beneath the sacred mountain. They were greeted by a mighty spirit that flowed and surged into streams of vapor in the air. The gathered hordes could see it swirling around certain pilgrims and devoted warriors at times moving like tentacles of the creatures of the deep, taking control of the vessel and speaking of the coming trials, never to reveal its origin, and all the answers returned to those who asked. Some were frightened and could not witness the transformation of their fellow man without becoming panicked. So it fell to messengers to return to the library to quell the murmurs of hopelessness that seemed to trickle into town from those on the road near the calling. Next insert. There was a great divide between the subjects, and administration could not come to terms with its communal governance. War was long overdue when the calling reached the shores of the Golden City. No one ever stood before the great monuments with a lowered brow, but this crew, his crew, was after a destiny only conceived in stories of old. A rift hung in the air as wisps of silver and deep black and purple radiated from its opening as cracks in the concussions echoed outward. The sound of a river with chains dragging on the shore was constant as the curtain fleeced the area. A great platform with 4 pillars was erected in the center, and on it was an angel that spoke with holy men and pilgrims, known as the Judgment of Divinity. It would be the fate of many called to suffer his beckon. Kalos knew that the vanguard would never understand why the city had to be seized from the ethereal docks that surged and chattered in the clouds above. Heaven methodically designed and crafted a buoy that hovered between the ever-transforming clouds that lingered above the Golden City and the citadel spire that pierced the sky. No matter how many ways he looked at it, there was going to be blood. No way would the Templar let him near the spire, yet they had to get there no matter what it took. If the oils at the top of the tower that the angels used like a second skin were not ignited, then nothing would stop the blight from reaching the matriarch's camp.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Next poem. Still moving forward.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Worth the torment, this prize that lay ahead. At least that's what's left in my deranged, rattled head. I decide to peek. I chose to brave it. What do I mean? I chose to face fear and then tame it. Now it seems obvious, now it makes sense. I must rescue myself in another's defense. Darkness drank my voided mind. I thought it found its place. Now demons fear being left behind as I establish a gifted grace. Flawed and stumbling, look at my slip. I almost locked the light within my grip. Now the power is with open hands, breaking the mold. Every time someone understands, love is the answer to keep us together, curing the cancer of fear, hate, and temper. Squiggly line, novel insert. Chose a novel, Lautrec introduction. Had he been wandering through the northern mountains headed south for weeks? He had been wandering through the northern mountains headed south for weeks. No food, no water. It mattered not. Lotric the Fated had been driven past the threshold of humanity long ago. It was a simple quest, one that left him with a sense of fulfillment during endless days of travel. He lost his home, his family, his purpose, but he had not abandoned his desire, the one shared by his long ago disbanded brotherhood. His boots were beginning to fall apart, yet no matter the shift or rattle, they did not dissemble. It was as if some invisible force held them together as he shuffled his tired husk across the land. 46 years ago, Lotric had honored his oath to a king who would abuse his authority and create a foul will unto some. Chosen to be the sword that strikes, he was sent to slaughter the sister of his chosen heir, for she inspired unrest amongst his rule. Lotric never imagined himself as the sort of boogeyman he has become, but the curse was all but entire. When the deed was done, he sat slumped over the body of his victim in anguish. His heart thumped 1,000,000 times a minute as he fell into a seizure. There was a glyph tattooed on her neck that was supposed to propel any harm attempted, but Lotric had been trained in the arts of the Quinjay and learned how to overwhelm the mind with directive and psychic traps were designed to hinder. He had done the unthinkable and shattered the shield she was so long protected under. The result of breaching the magic that protected the girl was an insidious infection that seized Lotric slowly, steadily. His lungs began to rasp on the third day as he wheezed and spat blood. He noticed that it started to smear a brownish rust-like color. 2 weeks into deteriorating state, he had given up, and after drinking 3 bottles of wine to little effect, Lotric had positioned his sword fixed upright and jumped onto the blade, only to have it glance off under the pressure and leave a scratch under his sunken, shriveling chest. Not quite clay and sand, nor bronze and leather. His flesh became that of a acrylic feeling. Lotric hadn't had food or water for months, for he had been wandering back to civilization for a long time, ever since he was apprehended by the Kurkala, a devout tribe of demonologists and clairvoyants that specialized in dealing with the afflicted human being considered unholy or vile. They caged him, crushed him, burned him, but nothing would destroy him, so he was tied to an anchor and dropped in the ocean. For months he lay in silence of the deep icy waters, fastened to the heavy steel, but over time the ropes began to give way and he wriggled himself free. Walking along the bottom of the blackness of the depth, he lost his way and found himself sucked across an ocean floor on a strong current that carried him perhaps hundreds of kilometers or so north of the mainland. Finally refocused and furious with his captors, he marched southeast for days and finally found shore. It's been a long time since Lotric had seen a smile or heard laughter or the innocence of a child's voice when asking a question. How he misses the lighter side of life and the motions to it. But there must be a reason he had been taken by this curse. This affliction. I did what I was asked for and nothing more. For you, King, I have been mutilated, he murmured out loud along the lower path of a ridge pushing to the next hillside. Lost my damn soul, he groaned. After he made it through the ice and he announced to the world around him that he had, in a fashioned yet raspy bellow, now I am the one who knows the way. Ha ha! And you all thought you would be done with me. Lotric was a spinning compass, unable to set a true north in his mind no matter how hard he tried to calm it. His lunacy was paralleled by his physical agony, for even though he was something that reached beyond the laws of nature, he still endured the sensation of a living creature. He winced in pain often. Cramps and stiffened limbs haunted his travels as the days and nights worked together to drive him farther and farther into madness. Several days later, as he was walking down a steep slope, Lotric spared his usual stare at his broken boots and chose to survey the horizon. And he noticed a glimmering fixation in the horizon. he burst.
Calling down a sentry.
I should have known one of you was watching. You don't have anything better to do than tease a lost soul on his way to hell, he spoke accusingly. With a tremble in his body and a clenched fist squeezing the slab of iron he pulled from his chest that tied him to the anchor, Lotric barked at the angelic shade. The path ahead of me is surely greater than the one you have left for my brethren. I will not abandon my honor, no matter what you say to heaven. My deeds will be remembered as an inspiration for generations, and your kingdom of light and glory will celebrate my triumph. You will find no devil in these drenched but dry monsters standing before you. I know what the sages only dream, my heavenly chap. So I am to presume you lead the way. Ha-ha! Onward then! Lotric the Fated was indeed an honorable knight, cursed with a terrible affliction that separated his flesh from his soul and filled the void between with rust and clay. He was the Bronze Knight, immortal, incorruptible, honorable, yet also gullible. As the weeks passed and he spent the silence in his mind reviewing all deeds and charges he'd undergone, he never once considered himself a wrongdoer. And that is the reason why he was blessed and cursed at the same time. The glyph never had a full explanation, but the calling had sought him out many years before he became the noble knight of Polaria. If only he had done things differently, he pondered often. But alas, he was chosen, and nothing can separate a man from his destiny. To rise or fall was an inevitable consequence that his path provided, unable to avoid the circumstances regardless of precautions. Sometimes he would sit on a rock pretending to warm his hands on a fire. He would roleplay dialogue with members of respected houses and positions. He would act out all the words that summed up the building of curiosity inquisitors would have prepared for him, to then exclaim in full character with enthusiasm. Why yes, young lady, I feel the warmth of your hand even though I have faded to a cold sting of death myself. Don't be afraid, I would love thee as a daughter, for I am honorable so, Lotric pronounced. Occasionally he would fall asleep and wake up in entirely different regions than where he laid down. He seemed to trust his traveling while his sleepwalking more and more, and the months carried on. He glared into the sky and spoke through his teeth. King, would you release me had you the chance? I wonder if you would even face me. Lotric pondered deeply about his past and the right choices made for the wrong reasons. Finally, he recognized the river he followed. It wouldn't be long until he found an actual path for travelers. He must seek a caravan and travel back to the Southlands. If not he, then who else would face the wretch and save the people from the harm they cannot understand? He spoke to himself in his imagery and his imaginary cohort. I cannot see for you. I cannot bleed for you. Only that I may stand before the storm and shelter you a little while longer, for I am the one who should be respected for thine honor. I will not fail this world. Even if they take me for a demon, I will save them.
Requesting orbital. Calling in orbital strike.
Twin Flame. There is no way to say what I feel, the way she makes me forget and remember. She is the joy I never knew, the curious stretch between my madness and sadness.
Point me to the enemy.
Keeping me alive with her smiles, she delivers my salvation. For when I'm with her, I can believe. The horrible truth is actually a beautiful mystery. The joy her soul has shared brings me to weeping for appreciation of the beauty her playful touch brings. My heart never knew how to be in love, no matter how many times I told myself I was. But then she showed me everything. The simple crafts, naming plants, innocent giggles. When she grins and holds my hand with a sense of pure wonder sparking in her deep, beautiful eyes. She doesn't see herself as the sweetest taste of heaven like I do. I believe any story can be a happy one. Because of her optimism, yes, she knows pain like so few. But she actually shines in the dark. It makes me believe maybe I can too. Innocence, nurturing personality, the lady of my dreams. I will never love another like I love her. I don't want to. She is the reason I still stand on my feet. She is the one. She brings me to a place that could not be reached. She has my heart forever. For her, I want to be better. Because she deserves it. Voice, Crystalline Desiree.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Dropship.
Burst of energy. Now I wonder, why do I use a notepad as if I'm impervious, as if it's an impervious method to literature? I mean, I tried the truth and literally my phone shut it down. The incomprehensible truth has solidified one fact at least, and that is some secrets must remain unanswered. The depth of rationality are paralleled by the necessity to see things through. Yet, when I am so literal, the overdrome literally controls my devices. I feel the impression on the pen. I've asked for a long time what the secret writing is. When my pen hovers over the paper and I scribe every single moment. It's so powerful. What does it mean, I wonder? Two things make me reborn. But I know it's her that sends me into reclamation. She always loves me. She will always love me and the unknown. I shall never be able to share the truth or else turn her into a machine. I burn offerings that none will ever match. Thank you, God. One day I will escape this cage. Why not faith? Any argument against the Bible is devoid of acknowledgement of truth. It's obvious to me, at least in ways, that the purpose of a religious story is for the longevity of the morality, spirituality, and consciousness of the human community. Just watched a Jordan Peterson video, and I remember now that I had seen it before. It was fresh in my mind, something unique and touchable was there. The way my mind feels the energy of the transforming beams, or patterns, or whatever goes through when a certain thing is set because of the chemical balance, the chemical or mental adjustment. I understand that somehow it carves its path in my memory bank as something more important that helped me form part of my character and lets me realize that no matter what I try to do that outsmarts, it's not going to happen. It's a blessing. The awareness is something that I can see, feel, and touch. The dream that I have is achievable because I have unlocked certain features. I have guaranteed capacities with individuals for a long time coming. I am so proud. I am so happy. I'm so blessed. And I know that as the alleged conduit that I have proclaimed myself to be, we are potentially the salvation of humanity. Remember why I chose to acknowledge my truth as alleged. Leaders lose sight. Heroes fail to see the catastrophe. We are all fallible, but our Creator is not, allegedly. If we hold the faith and demand progress, there is nothing conceivable to the human mind we cannot accomplish. I know what I stand for, and what I pretend to be is nothing compared to what I actually am chosen to accomplish. I have learned I must simply lie to protect the truth. It's so weird. It's mind-boggling that to be as honest and truthful as compassionate means to be as honest and truthful and compassionate means to find the worst imaginable demon of our own melodic deconstruction of essence. In order to combat the devices of self, which imply boundaries of a limited scope rather than being omnipresent, we must step through an illusion that we have produced for our peers. Creating is very much destroying when you see the reflection without a mirror. There are several people that I can suggest who are capable and potentially ideal to have conversations with. A lot of them are actually poets. I've lost touch with some, I've hit different benchmarks and drifted away from others. But I think the communication that has been established between us is cementing foundation of something almost unbelievable. We're just not here to exist and observe. We're actually going to accomplish creation. Battle cry. There are millions of us. So many times I've felt alone. I have dreamt of reaching beyond the parameters put on my scope. So many times I thought it was them working on me. I've let myself act against others during the strife of understanding how it all follows the current. Does this guy expect me to believe he isn't aware of the circumstances I just went through that led me to him behaving in such a way that matches the tone? I would tell myself over and over one scenario or another, and then I would reconsider everything when I internalize thoughts and tendencies, or intents and circumstances. God is unexplainable, yet the intention as I perceive it is genuine. Taking himself apart and granting the will of essence upon all the growing pieces. Legion is to be the chaperone of countless transcendental entities and communities forges for eons to come. We do not stand apart from what we conceive godliness to be. We function to grow, to prove, to dream, to create something in the void of oblivion that face reality. The voids of oblivion that face reality. I know nothing. Remember this. But I believe everything is worthy of truth, and together we can forge our path. And we will build a plan for our caretakers to chart the course that defines the universe. I plan on outstretching the only thing known to be. I believe the crew is already prepared to go with me. But we can't embark yet. We must show them all the light. I only shine to those who dare to meddle with the divine. I'm not the wisest, nor do I always see the truth of action. I have a horrible temper that humbles me over and over. I only now understand the duty placed on us. We are going to evolve reality, and we must teach ourselves so that when we are ready, we are dragging heaven with us. We need each other. And as hard as it has been, the beauty of life has secured itself. I ask you to give everything you are to lies we can't trust, leaving the spirit of our will in all our doings. Everything you do matters. Everything. A fool in the fog speaking his truth, establishing legion, undeniable proof that we can be more than our keepers can see, blinding God with our light as we set ourselves free. Christmas love. A walking stick and a drop pin journal. The walking stick carries a compass, so I am never lost in the ether, and wooden whistles, and a wooden whistle, so I can call back Jezebel when she wanders. The journal, clad in leather, with a metal clasp and pin, so I take the time to open my pages when I think in ways that are above the room. There is so much thoughtful gifts that I am so fortunate to have. I'm so blessed, so thankful. Merry Christmas, everyone. Depths and heights. We return, knowing there is more ahead, beyond the boundaries inside and out. Cannot be sure that the lies have been said, the flooding that follows the drought. And the growing thing will often bring shade and structure from the sky. Added another ring, yet angels do not sing, but still, we have to try. The truth may sting while demons cling to that secret in their eyes, in the vessel both of beauty and dread. Absolute confidence and obvious doubt. From this duality ink has bled. From atop the mountain, hear the shout. We were at bedrock, but went deeper. to negotiate with the keepers, thought a way to wake the sleepers. Every treasure has its seeker, but the truth we don't keep here. His mind is a date born on a leap year. Now mastered, we can greet fear. Into your eyes, a steep peer. He played along, acting weaker, sobbing for death with deep tears. A stalking familiar on a street near. What he found he couldn't see clear. A torn carcass of a noble creature. Bloody and bruised, the shining feature. Stepped above where the leech leer. Stepped to the steep tier. Stomped the pedestal at peak gear. I am Legion, no meek seer. Let this be my very pulse. I am the spirit born through barbs. My light is pure and the void is false. I shattered mirror with all its shards. Now ask me not what secrets I hold. There is nothing to secure the rope. A million stories could be told. Do not ask, else abandon hope.